steps we need to take when. And we'll get information about that so that we know at least if we're going to target, say, the 2023 or the 2025 election for a transition to the new terms, that when we need to get to work on it. But there's no decision about trying to adopt that yet. It's really more of a process thing at this point, just knowing when we have to make up our minds about that. So those are the items on our work plan.
Any questions for Mr. Driggs on the work plan? Any comments? Any overlap with something that another committee might be working toward or on or thinking about?
Mayor, I would just mention that as we do our budget process, there's always the possibility of overlap to the extent that decisions in other committees involve possible commitments of resources. And I've always been of the opinion that we need to avoid having policy conversations during our budget process. But I could see that as being a potential area. So if there are ideas, for example, on new things that we ought to do that come up during our budget discussions, they should properly be referred to the respective committees for a policy decision before we start moving the money around.
Understood. All right, we have Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question. We talked about the idea of, that item is on this committee's agenda for 4-year terms or that additional district, but I guess I'm not really clear on the process for making that decision in terms of if we do put it forward, isn't that something at this point the whole council would have to have a conversation about? Or does it make sense to leave it in committee? And I think the confusion for me is because the governance committee made the recommendation, shouldn't we be talking about this as a full council at this point?
Well, I think it's still a referral that is outstanding. And so if it was decided to take it up, we would then do an assessment. We would get advice from staff and consider how it would work or think about the issues and then bring a framework for conversation to the full council. I mean, that's not something we decide in committee.
Right.
But I think the committee in this case could sort of facilitate the full council conversation so we don't just roll it out on the floor and kick it around with the full group.
Yeah, no, I think that part should stay in committee, but what you just said, Mr. Driggs, about if we decide we want to explore it, presumably we means the whole council. So is there a mechanism by which the whole council says, yep, let's move forward and get this discussed in committee? Or, that I'm a little bit confused about that.
Well, again, the suggestion I'm offering the full council right now is that this is probably something, given the time it would take to implement and so on, and the connection with future elections, that is likely to be tackled seriously by the next council, given that we're already, in fact, in that term at the moment. So to that extent, I guess my suggestion was, and I think we sort of agreed in committee, that the next council would decide what action they want to take and what instruction to give to the committee about framing the conversation.
Okay, I guess that's what I want to make sure there's if that's how the whole council feels or understood that to be the case, that we would just go ahead and wait. So,
and we have kept this on our to-do list in order for it not to be forgotten, as it were. Like, this is an outstanding item, and it's a question of when is the appropriate time to tackle it. And I think as we considered it, it seemed that trying to do it in under these circumstances, when we're well into the term after the one to which we got elected, and given all of the election timelines, uncertainties, maybe this isn't the best time to try to answer that question.
I know it's difficult to have a dialogue virtually, but Mr. Winston wants to weigh in. So Mr. Driggs and Ms. Eisel, Mr. Winston's going to weigh in on this, and we'll try to keep it as informal a discussion as the one that the two of you are having. Mr. Winston?
No, actually, my question was going to be just for clarification, because they were explaining themselves.
Can you speak up a little bit more, Bryce?
I'm sorry, no, I was actually just going to ask for clarification, but they started explaining kind of where the discussion was, and it was making a bit more sense. So my question was actually answered by their discussion.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, so this is what I think I heard Mayor Pro Tem say, and I'm going to try to say it back, and then she can go with it or not. I think what she's saying, has the full council decided on the discussion that we want to see the 4-year terms as a decision that would be made by the next council? And what I heard Mr. Driggs say is that the committee would be looking at the pros, the cons, the differences, what would have to be done with the city attorney, all of the legal processes, what were the options for doing it, and that would be done again when the new council comes on board. So did I capture that correctly? Can you help me? Did I say that correctly?
Madam Mayor, that was kind of my intention. I mean, I'm offering to the full council a suggestion that we should do this, that the next council should do this. And obviously, this is a time for anybody who disagrees with that to say so. But otherwise, the role of the committee, whenever, would be that one of trying to frame the conversation and do some of the groundwork with the lawyers and so on, and identify some of the issues, maybe look at comparables from other cities and things like that, in order to be able to present the thing to the full council for discussion.
So let me check in with Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I don't dispute that it's kind of, it would be difficult to get it done in this council. But a lot of that work has been done by the governance committee. So I think that's fine. Let's just, put it out there that there's resolution as to whether or not that's going to be taken up by this council or not. Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, you're saying that it's acceptable to allow, we do know the governance committee did a whole lot of work on it. There's a lot, so I don't expect it's going to take a long time to look at what the choices and options and the methodology would be. But I think the question is when, and so that would be after the new council was elected. Are you okay with that, Mayor Pro Tem? And
yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm hearing. And,
Yeah.
and that's what I was asking for, is just some, definitive about whether or not we were going to take it up or not.
okay. So Ms. Watlington?
Sure. So to that point, I see it a little bit differently. I do appreciate some of the conversation about the timing and things that would take. However, I think that it would be even less likely that it would get reviewed with a new council, given that when we finish this term, they come in, the budget's already done. They essentially have 6 months, if we're being honest about our campaign cycle, before they'll be running again. And so because of that, and because of the fact that there are several of our members of the current council who are not running in the next election, I would think that it would be more advantageous for this council to deal with that now, given that we've actually been on council for some time, and have an understanding of the impacts, and we're that council that received the recommendations from the governance committee. That's my 2 cents.
Okay, I see some head nods that coming with that from Mr. Graham, and I'm going to go to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I wanted to know the time deadline. Like, I don't know if this would have to go onto the ballot. I mean, we need to consider the time as well. So if our next term is about 6 months and then we'll run again, if we want to coincide this 4-year term with that, so I think we need to take into account whatever the time deadlines are as well, to consider which council should consider this.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Wallington. I think the election cycle over the next 18 months is going to be different, right? And I'm still not sure when the general election is going to be this year, right? So if it's in November, which I think that's what's going to happen, that means folks start running again in January of 2023. And so because of that, I think it's just really important that we just process the work. And don't worry about the election schedule or what the calendar says. If there's work in front of the council that needs to be done, this council has been in place for well over 2.5 years though, right? I just think we just process the work and I think that will lead us to where we want to go.
So the goal, I think, is to get back on an odd year cycle in November. So filing would be in September. Wait a minute, do I get that? The primary would be in September. Filing would be before that, primary September, and then the election November in 2023 to get back on whatever. So I think the question is, Mr. Driggs, if in 2023, would we want to look at a 2-year or 4-year term, and that may be the discussion before or prior to, if I get that right. So I'm going to go to Mr. Jones, and then we'll go back around, capture those thoughts.
So I think, Mayor and members of council, if I heard Councilmember Driggs correctly, it's not the what, it's the how. So how would staggered terms be implemented? And it seems like the question now is, when would the committee begin to work on that with the city attorney to give some options? And it seems like that could happen whenever you choose, but you need some options to figure out what you would like to decide to do.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Mayor,
Can I get to Mr. Winston first, and I'll come next to you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr.
Sure.
Winston?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Jones, and I think that's, kind of, I think what we're starting to decide as council is do we want to start that work now? And what is the scope of that work? Is it just 4-year terms, staggered terms? But I'm with my colleagues, Ms. Watlington, and Mr. Graham. I believe Ms. Johnson, is that time is of the essence, and we right now we should just consider, what work we can put on the city council's table to do for however long we're here. So I would vote to move forward to suggest that the committee start working on understanding what the options are and how we move forward with it.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Driggs, can we hear from Mayor Pro Tem and then come to you?
Yes,
Okay.
sure. Just raising my hand. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you.
Miss Mayor Pro Tem?
yeah, I was just going to say, I think the thing to remember too is that we don't have to put it on as a referendum. That would be if we decided to vote on it and there was, I think if somebody collects 5,000 signatures, that could force it to a referendum. So that's another decision that has to be made too. Do we just skip to the referendum, or do we decide, does the council decide that's something they want to do? But just want to be clear that it does not have to be a referendum. And I also, I can see a case for both situations. I think, on my mind is the UDO, the transit plan. So we have a lot on our plate. And so I can certainly see where it would be difficult to get this done. That said, I agree with, I think it was Ms. Watlington's comments, that it's hard. Well, you do have council members such as myself who are going to be more impartial because we're not running. So it's not self-serving by any means. But, we all have experience enough now to at least express an educated opinion as to whether it makes sense to do this. And I think you are kind of starting from scratch with the new council. Not that, it's a whole new body, but this is the council that governance committee presented to. So I do feel that we're not starting from square one. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Driggs?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say the earliest this could take effect is in 2023, right? And
Right.
at the rate we're going, it looks like we will probably have a new council sometime this summer, although there isn't any certainty about that. So that council would have a year before the filing for the next election to work on this and decide about it. I think they're the ones who are going to live with this, as it were. So we've got a couple of members who won't be around when this takes effect or will not be affected by it. And the people who are affected by it strike me as being the more logical ones to make the decision. And again, I think there is enough time for them to work on it and make that decision in time for the next election when it could be effective. So, and I'm still mindful of the fact we are here now as a group because of events, and we're in overtime. So this ought to be the next council already right now. And so my preference, unless, I mean, Mayor Pro Tem referred to things like the UDO and so on. And there I can see a better case to the extent that we worked on that. We all worked on that for years, and the new people might have a hard time. And we need to get that implemented. That's something we want to have operational this year. So we don't have the leisure of a year before we have to have in place a decision about the districts. But on the district one, it's not clear to me why that can't be left for the next council to work on.
So that would be the council that would be elected sometime, hopefully this spring. This year. I said hopefully by spring. And
Right. You know, based on the events that we're seeing right now, the expectation is that they would be seated this summer sometime in the
Right.
July, August type of timeframe. Again, depending on whether we see further changes in the schedule. But at the moment, I think we have a May primary scheduled, a June general or July, and then presumably the council would be seated a month later. So that group that takes office then, being the group that would have taken office in December under normal conditions, strikes me as being the more logical group to decide what happens in 2023.
so, Mr. Driggs, you're recommending that following the summer election, that council take this up. I actually think when you look at the timing of what you have with the budget on the plate, because we have to approve that prior to the new election time coming up and some of these other things. So I just want you to balance that budget adoption, filing, and all of that for everyone in the room that's going to run or plans to run again. So what I hear.
And I'm not representing that the full committee focused on that and decided that. We had a conversation about it that sort of suggested this is probably something the next council should consider. But my personal view is that is a more appropriate thing, that the guys who are going to take office sometime this year think about how the election will work next year.
All right. So you've heard from the chairperson. I think that when we look at the nod, what we're looking at is, let me just try this, the annual budget development process and the workshop content. I heard no questions about that. The comprehensive, the finance report, the audit updates, the strategy session, hospitality fund. There, again, I think the discussion has been on the 4-year terms. And so is there anyone that sees any issue with those items with the exception of the 4-year terms? Is everybody okay with that? I can't see council members. I don't know. This is hard, but can we get to the, is everybody okay with that?
Lots of
Everybody's
thumbs
good.
up, Mayor.
All right. So the now question is the decision to begin with the council that's elected in the summer to start the discussion on the 4-year terms. Is everybody comfortable with that? No, I see some hands up. Mr. Winston?
No, I don't think there's any guarantees. If I was taking bets, I would bet that least confusion is one general election, and that would be in November. So again, I think if this council determines the work worthy, I believe we should start on the work. And, ideas and work does get carried over, regardless of when terms start and end. So I'm for this council getting this work started.
Okay. I see some other head nods around, so why don't we just do kind of a check on it? If you think that this work should begin now and should become effective 2023, would you raise your hand if you're virtual? And the people, okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington, you have another,
I just wanted to comment, I think
Yeah.
that those are two separate items, because until we start the work, we won't know what the options are. So I don't know that I would necessarily say today that I believe the work, or that I believe that it should be in effect in 2023. I do believe that we should start the work.
ready to start the work this spring, summer, which is about the same time, so, okay. And then there would be a discussion, and the committee would come back with the information prior to any decision being made. Is that Ms. Watlington? So there'd like to be the research, or bring back the research from the governance committee, reviewed by the attorney, and the committee making a recommendation to come before the elections of the summer. That's what I think I'm hearing. All right, I got Mr. Phipps. And Ms., you want to speak, Ms. Johnson? Okay, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I guess I'm sort of confused on what you mean by starting the work. I can recall, I think it was, I don't know if it was back in 2019 that we had a presentation. This was in the governance committee. Our prior city attorney gave us all the options of what had to be done to pursue this. So what are we talking about when we say do the work? Because there was a lot of work, and there was a lot of discussion that was presented there, and the options that we had as a council to pursue that direction of work. So I guess I'm confused as to what additional work are we talking about?
All right, let me say, I would say the additional work is getting everybody on the same level set. That some of us have great memories and some of us don't. And just making sure that the committee comes back with, this is what the governance committee said, this is what our discussion was, here are your choices. And so I understand, I don't mean that we've got to do great research. The research has been done, but I think level setting everything for this group is important to do. If this group is going to make the decision, everybody should start off with the same level of information, and that comes from the committee. Is did that make any sense?
Would that entail then summarizing what has already been done and bringing it back? Because I don't know, some members might have not have been, well, probably weren't on then when that was discussed. So are we saying that we will bring those discussions back to this committee for them to see?
Yes.
I can understand that.
Yes, that's what we're saying, that all of the information that we've talked about, explored, would be summarized, the committee would discuss it and bring it to the council. I don't mean work like, start at the beginning, but at least level setting so that everybody knows what these choices are. All right, Mr. Driggs, are you okay with that?
I'm happy to do that. I would like to ask the city attorney, this referendum process to which the mayor pro tem alluded, I thought that was in relation to the 4-year terms. Does the council's ability to create an additional district depend on a referendum or a possible petition requiring one?
I thank you for the question. I'm not sure about the district piece, but I can have that information for you tomorrow as to whether or not that goes to referendum or not. I'm not sure that that's one of the things that a council can do on its own, but I just don't recall. I know I've looked at it, and I can pull that.
Because at the time we were briefed before, we were told about a process, a detailed timeline for a public hearing, notice to be given, and we either had to choose between a referendum or trying to do it without a referendum, but possibly being required to do it. I think short answer, Madam Mayor, I'm happy, and I'm sure the committee is happy to go back and review the things that we discussed before, freshen up that conversation, report to the full council. I mean, I'll point out, if this council decided that we were going to terms and the next council for any reason decided we weren't, I think what we do now could be reversed by that group anyway. So if you guys want to do it now, we'll do it. And we'll certainly do that work and make sure everybody's clear about what the issues are.
Okay. All right, do we have an okay on budget those final items of the 4-year terms and the additional council district. And let me just state, there's the law and there is the city's dynamics and what I call norms. And those are things that I think are just as important for communicating to the public as the law is. So let's just remind ourselves that this is something that citizens will follow, so I'm sure, in detail. And there are lots of people in this town that probably have opinions about this. So we just have to make room for that. I'm really sensitive about the engagement of people in these kinds of efforts. So, all right, so Mr. Driggs, thank you for modeling what I think is what we're trying to get to for each committee. So with that, everybody, the nod is yes on all of the items, and Mr. Driggs has understood he's going to begin some work on the district and the 4-year terms. All right, now I see here you have your schedule for the next proposed 90 days, Mr. Driggs, so you're going to modify that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'll make the adjustment.
Okay.
No problem.
Everybody okay with that? All right, thank you. All right, our next committee is Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Economic Development Committee reviews and recommends policies to maintain, increase, and enhance the quality and number of jobs available in the city of Charlotte and expand economic opportunities to our residents. I have been appointed chair of the committee. I have a very, very good committee. Vice Chairman Driggs, Ajmer, Phillips, and Wallington serves with me on the committee. And we're supported by Tracy Dotson and her teammates in economic development. And we're really excited about the challenges that lie ahead for the committee this program year. We've already had 2 meetings thus far this year. Second meeting was actually today. And we've identified 4 anticipated agenda initiatives for the year and a bucket list of others. The 4 would be the corridors of opportunity, Hire Charlotte, small business and entrepreneurship, public-private partnerships, the P3, and a miscellaneous bucket of other stuff, as we call them, whether it's Art and Culture Plan, the Charlotte Business Inclusion Updates, the UDO Ordinance, Economic Analysis, Special Events, and Permitting. A part of what we said as a committee is that we want to be very transparent in terms of the work that we do this year. We clearly understand and know that now into the probably 18 to 24 months, there are a lot of work that this committee will be doing, high level work, and we want to make sure that we bring the council members as well as the community along with us. And so we want to be as transparent, open in terms of what we're doing, where we're going, and how we're going to get there. What we did also, as Ed and his committee did, was to outline a calendar of events for the next 90 days that kind of share with you exactly where we're going. Again, like I said earlier, today we met and we had a very excellent presentation on Hire Charlotte, and we shared the executive summary and the preliminary framework for that work that we're currently doing. As you can see for yourself, for the month of March, April, and May, we have outlined the initiative and the informational update. The month of March, we'll be doing the UDO economic analysis, more work on the corridors of opportunity, which we're really excited about this year. We're not leaving Beattyford Road, but certainly, hopefully, the focus will be on other areas of the city this year. The work that Mrs. Wallington is doing in District 3, the work that Ms. Johnson is doing in District 4. Obviously, there are a number of opportunities available to us in District 5 around the Eastland Mall area. And so we're working to duplicate some of the successes we had on Beattyford Road and other areas of the city. We're fortunate to have an loan executive with us, working with us in reference to some of the issues related to the mayor's equity initiative as it relates to corridors of opportunity as well. So we're really, really excited. I'm really excited about this. Also, there will be some touch points that we will be working with Councilmember Wallington on and the Great Neighborhoods Committee. And so we look forward to, at the appropriate time, partnering and working with her and her committee to establish some of the results we both are looking for. So again, corridors will be a big topic for the committee this year. As in April, as you can see, the UDO, Meet Charlotte, small business strategy, and Councilmember Bakari, we're not going to forget about the work you did in reference to highlighting and advancing and small business development in Charlotte. That will not be an understudy of the work. We will continue that work that you started, making sure that small business owners are top of mind. We clearly understand and know that as Charlotte continues to grow and we diversify our portfolio of economic opportunities, that small business owner provides the greatest opportunity for growth in our community. And so small businesses will not be an afterthought. We'll be working with that community and picking your brains from time to time in terms of how do we execute at a high level there. Notwithstanding small business, there's also the city's MWBE program. That will be a part of our work as well. Diversity and inclusion is important for our community. Certainly business inclusion is extremely important for the city as a public institution, but also we want to make sure that our private partners in the community are doing the same type of work that we're doing. And so supplier diversity and inclusion will be an important part of the work that we do as a committee this year as well. So you see the calendar that's outlined for our 90-day calendar work. I won't be redundant in reading everything to you. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The P3, the public-private partnerships, again, those things will be coming sooner or later. We'll be talking about a number of these items with our corporate partners here locally, and we'll address them when they come and be as transparent as possible in terms of articulating what we're doing and why we're doing it. But more importantly, it's not about the big things, right? Those things will come. It's the things that we have to do each and every day, which is protecting our corridors, making sure that we find jobs and economic opportunities for those who are looking forward, ensuring that small business owners are a part of the fabric of the city, as well as working with the economic development team to retain the corporations that we have in Charlotte, and more importantly, working with them to identify new companies coming to our community, whether they're international companies or someone moving from Kansas City that wants to make Charlotte home. And so our work is all encompassed. We have a great staff led by Ms. Dotson, and we look forward to doing the work for the balance of the year.
Graham.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I was looking at Ms. Johnson. I thought she was saying something to you as well. So comments on the overall work plan, as well as those things that are specifically outlined for the first 5 months. Ms. Johnson.
Great presentation. Thank you. I wanted to ask about the executive summary that you all received today. I didn't have a chance to see it. When I was on this committee, one of the things that one of the groups of folks that I really kept lifted up was the formerly incarcerated. And I had asked Ms. Dotson to include information about the formerly incarcerated in the Hire Charlotte or in the summaries for the corridors. So I wanted to know if that information was presented, and if not, if we could just keep that momentum going in advocating for those folks. Thanks.
We had a great meeting today.
Okay.
That was not specifically talked about. Today's report was an interim report, but you have my word on it that once the final report gets back, Ms. Dotson and I will make sure that those conversations and those recommendations in terms of how we move forward with that is a part of it. We talked about it indirectly, right, in terms of how do we align the talent with the needs, right, and how do we begin to polish up soft skills for individual who needs it. I call it making sure that people have furniture polish and Windex on, to buff them up, getting them ready for the next opportunity. And certainly the formerly incarcerated presents an opportunity for a placement in the job market. There are a number of corporations in this community that offers those individuals opportunities, and that should be highlighted and noted as well.
Thank you. I had asked for the numbers, because we know that 95% of the folks that go to prison or go to jail come home. So there's a large population in the city, and so if we could just really focus on opportunities for them. Thank you.
Point well taken.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments for the Economic Development Committee? Hearing none, I'd like to raise 2 points. I recall that we've been talking about how do we work more with training with our kids and getting them ready. And if we remember the one thing about the medical campus, it was over 5,000 jobs don't require a bachelor's degree to be employed. And we also remember that school is going to open in 2 years. I'm very interested in trying to figure out how do we create those training programs with our partners, whether it's Central Piedmont, whether it's communities and schools, however, and I think being very specific, but outlining a timeline for that is one of the things that we can show this community and the people that are unemployed and underemployed now that we're working towards this. And some of these seem to be simple fixes, but very hard to achieve because we all don't work under the same kind of framework. And the other thing I read recently where Amazon created a school curriculum on the Amazon way, the Amazon work, how they do work. And it seemed to me that this is a place where you have a private sector person saying, we need people to come to work. And the matches that are required for those folks to get there aren't available in the public sector. And that gives me great concern because that means there's a mismatch around what our future is going to be. And especially when you think about the opportunity quarters, those kids that are dropping out or working in jobs that are very difficult to get a living wage or reasonable wage. How do we begin to really get to that? And I'd like to see some metrics around the medical campus, the jobs that are going to be available to those 5,000 without the bachelor's degree, and whether or not we can actually ramp up over the next 2 years to make it possible for the people in our city to get those jobs. And I don't know quite how to do that, Mr. Graham, but I'm just very concerned that I haven't seen that pulled together. A couple of months ago, I talked to Central Piedmont, and they had some issues on nursing because the state doesn't allow nurses to teach on the faculty to teach on the weekends or at night when working people want to get into that. So does that mean that the private sector has to pay for those teachers? What does that mean? How do we do that? I think that needs to be out there and talked about. I think our biggest, strength are the people that want to do this work, and our biggest weakness is getting them ready to do this work. So, Ms. Johnson?
One opportunity that we might take a look at, we always talk about being 50 out of 50 and looking at equitable or solutions that focus on equity. And one opportunity that I'd liked, and I've spoken to the city manager, and is to have opportunities for Charlotte high school graduates to get an education or free education at junior college. And I think if the ARPA funds allow that, if there's something that would allow individuals who graduate from high school to get a free education with no debt. I think that that is a solution that can really help level the playing field for individuals. And when we talk about upward mobility, I mean, that's education and that's, no debt. I think that's an awesome solution. And Mr. Jones, if you can give an update or see if we have the ARPA funds, there are other cities that are doing this. And I think that we should look at solutions like this, like bold solutions. You talked about a 2-year time frame. This would fall right in line. I don't know when we could start, but I certainly think that that's something that we should take a look at.
I agree with you, Ms. Johnson, if that's something that's possible. I just don't know the data of who actually doesn't get financing at schools. I think Dr. Dietermeyer would say, I can get most kids in here for no cost that, need no cost. But I don't know the data around that, and I just think we've got to figure out what do we need, how do we get the kids, and how to pay for it, and how to connect. So it's a systematic approach that if you don't have the money, then you can't get the training, then you have no job. And that's what we need to figure out. And I think working with Danielle and some other folks around us that are really into this workforce planning, we need some specificity to take advantage of successes that we have in the works. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Jones.
So thank you, Mayor. To that point, I have asked staff to begin to do some research on what types of opportunities are out there for, as Ms. Johnson said, someone graduating from high school to maybe get credentialed over a 2-year period of time so that they could be able to be in the workforce. We're seeing whether or not ARPA funds would be eligible for that, and how could it be piloted or maybe scaled up.
And Madam Mayor, you took the words right out of the committee's mouth, because that's what we talked about earlier today when I gave the example of me as a 22-year-old with resume in hand walking up and down Trade and trying on the street looking for a job. That doesn't happen anymore, right? It's totally different. And so the goal for us would be one, for the lack of a better word, of finishing school, right? How do we get people who want to work, who have the desire, who doesn't mind getting retrained or retooled, to connect them to where the jobs are, right? And not submit something via the computer and it goes into a black hole, and no one gets the opportunity to see, feel, touch that person, lay eyes on that person, and know that there's more there than just a resume, and a more human touch. So those items that you mentioned, I took good notes, and so they are top of mind. In addition, I've already met with the folks at Atrium, and we'll be meeting with them again, specifically talking about those jobs, right? How do we begin to profile what those jobs look like, and how do we begin to identify people in the community who may be prepared to accept them? And if not, what do they have to do in the interim to get ready? And so it's really complicated. There are a lot of players in the community that play in this space. The city would like to act as a convener in bringing folks together, but certainly I think the spirit of the working group that led us to the interim report is there, and they all want to get this thing accomplished. So formerly incarcerated, how do we identify the talent for the 5,000 jobs? What type of skill sets they need? Do they need Windex and furniture polish? If so, who provides that? Where do they go to get it? Are there any other nonprofit organizations currently doing it and doing it really well that can use some support? All those questions that we're asking.
I agree. Mr. Driggs, who served on Goodwill for a long time, I don't know if you're still on their board or not, but Mr. Driggs has a lot of experience in this through one of our largest job training programs in the city. Mr. Driggs?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I am still on the board. I was really just going to make comments similar to what the chairman just said about our meeting today. Hire Charlotte provided a lot of data. They're looking to the future. They've got a detailed plan, And I think what some of us wondered today was, how do we bring that down so that we have recognized needs on the part of the business community and a recognized set of skills, and where is the disconnect there? So that we can focus our efforts on getting the people from where they are to where they're needed. And as Chairman Graham just said, one of the things that was highlighted in that was a lack of soft skills. And there doesn't seem to be a specific program that just teaches people how to function in an office environment, how to dress, the importance of punctuality, the kind of basic people skills that you need in order to be able to succeed. And the companies then say, well, you give us those people and we'll teach them what they need to do for us. So I think there's still a gap there. And Mayor, I've talked to you before about wanting to create a clearinghouse or some sort of an exchange where we have all the information about not-for-profit programs. Maybe we have information about job listings, and then people could come in who want jobs, and we'll actually get an in-person interview, which we also learned today they often can't, right? You mail your resumes out, no one responds. I think there's a role we can play in making the process of connecting people with jobs more efficient and preparing them for those jobs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston?
Thank you. So I agree with what you said, Mayor. But the jobs that don't need college degrees means that the conduits for these jobs are through high schools. And this matches with a lot of the conversations that we're having in intergovernmental, what we'll get to a little later. But figuring out how to, for lack of better terms, consolidate communications, across our governmental bodies to kind of achieve solutions to scale and over time. So definitely agree with everything that's been said up to this point, and we should definitely pursue. Well, we got to find a way to better match what we do well with our school system and figure out how to get our two systems to talk together. What we do well is communicate with the private sector and form relationships and delve into workforce development, where our high schools, have the places where those job trainings and those skill sets can be developed at scale over time. So I would suggest that, as part of this exercise of figuring out how to work better, across committees, that we really find ways to work from an IG perspective, because, again, I think it'll make a little more sense when we go into our presentation. This is right in line with what we're talking about. And when we're talking about something like this Atrium campus coming in, how do we really make sure that over time, as the industry grows, there is not just, a one-time kind of insertion of skilled people into this sector, that as this new industry grows over time, there's a constant feeding of that of those skilled workers. So I hope we can find ways that the Intergovernmental Committee can overlap our work with this effort, because I think it's well placed.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Is there any other comment or discussion? So with that, does everyone have an opportunity, everyone had an opportunity to look at this? I think that what we like to see the economic development calendar include is more specifics around the workforce plan at some point, Mr. Graham, and some data around it's kind of like, do we know where we're going? The data around that and what we can do. And I'm just using the medical campus as an example. At least that's well-defined and the numbers are there. But there are lots of other opportunities, and I'm sure the committee can look and make a determination of what's the best path. Okay? Anyone else? Ms. Johnson?
I just want to clarify, and the opportunity for graduates to go to CPCC, like a feeder program. So that's one of the things that I'd like to see. I mean, we all have degrees around this table. So I think that an opportunity for individuals to get to start with the associate degree, I think would be a great opportunity, and again, a solution in upward mobility.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, you're ready to keep going, Mr. Graham. All right, our next report is Environment, Engagement, and Equity. Ms. Ajmira? Hope you're feeling better.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we had our first meeting of the EEE, which stands for the Environment, Engagement, and Equity Committee. We discussed a series of priorities to support our charge of promoting a sustainable Charlotte in collaboration with residents while ensuring that equity and resilience for today's and future generations. We had a robust discussion, and our priorities for next couple of months will be to work on the development of an equity framework, also providing input and guidance on advancing the CEAP goals, and staying up to date on progress related to the ADA, American Disabilities Act. And then last, we also have, we'll be looking at consistency in how Charlotte engages with the community and reviewing a citywide engagement framework to advance consistency across all efforts. Our committee members, I forgot to mention, our Vice Chair, Ms. Johnson, and committee member, Mr. Winston. While we will not be taking up stormwater and tree canopy sections of the UDO, we will be collecting feedback from committee members to provide it to the TAP committee chair. So that's in a nutshell what we got. I think the biggest policy item that will be coming out from this committee is equity in governance. That's going to help us guide what we do and how we do it in everything from environment, housing, infrastructure, economic development to public safety. Mr. Winston and Ms. Johnson, feel free to chime in if I missed anything.
Ms. Johnson, any additional comments?
We just talked about the ADA and taking a look at the CATS transportation and really just being a voice for those who are differently able in the city. Thanks.
Mr. Winston?
No, we had a good first discussion, and I think staff has a pretty good plan for the next few weeks and months moving forward.
Well, I want to express my appreciation for the committee's work because I do believe that this is fairly new work, and it has to get some, if you say something like economic development, everybody knows what it is. But these trends that we're seeing on how to communicate with our public, our residents, how do we actually figure out what does equity mean for our community, and especially continuing the work that we're going to be doing on carbon reduction. They're all the new things that we have to make become a traditional standard practice in our organization. So thanks for pioneering the effort to do this.
Thank you. And one last thing I forgot to mention, committee has a broad support from almost all departments because it touches multiple areas. So our lead is Sarah, and we also have support from Willie Ratchford and Frederico Rios.
All right. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments for this group? Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, I'm curious with respect to equity and governance framework. Do we in fact have a blueprint for that already, in as much as we've approached the 2040 plan aspects of it with an equity lens throughout that plan? And I'm also aware of an equity lens being placed in a variety of areas, especially in planning. So do we have components of this in place already, if not, I don't know, formalized, but in practice in the way that we've been operating as a city?
So,
Ms.
Mr.
Ajmira?
Phipps, to start, should I continue?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So this is based on my conversation with Sarah. To start, we'll be reviewing equity in governance strategies from other cities who have used models that are supported by the Government Alliance on Racial Equity and the National League of Cities. That's how we are going to start.
Mr. Winston, did you want to comment?
Yes, I think Mr. Phipps, I think you bring up a great point, is that there are definitely aspects of equity lenses that we have in different processes. Some of them are even more informal than what we adopted, with the Comp 2040 plan. But, there's and of course, internally, Mr. Jones has done, I think, a great job of looking inwards about how we operate as across our organizations. But when it comes down to it, City Council does not necessarily have a way that we look at equity in the decisions that we make. So, how can we give more guidance, to, we have prescribed ways that how we make certain decisions, how we look at things. But that's not necessarily the case from an equity perspective. So these are things that we're, I guess, going to try to wrestle with, as the mayor said. How do we kind of explain this, cleanly and clearly, so that equity is as clear across the board as other ideas are?
All right, Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a couple of questions regarding the environmental component of the committee, and I think the first one concerns our tree canopy. I know that it's an important concern for many in the community given our growth, and I just was wondering why the committee is passing on the opportunity to further look into the tree canopy sections of the UDO. And then I also wanted to ask about so a concern that continually is brought to my attention in my district, and I know it's something that has been expressed to other council members within their districts, it's litter. And I know that oftentimes it's expressed from the standpoint of its aesthetic impact, but it also has an environmental impact. And I just wanted to ask if that was something that I would assume it would be this committee that could either take that up or maybe put it on the back burner. I just wanted to ask if that was something that is also or could also be considered.
So, Mr. Newton, we have had multiple discussions on tree ordinance, and it was decided, since TAP committee is reviewing it already in depth, we'll continue to provide feedback along the way. But TAP has already taken this in great detail. So I don't know, Mayor Pro Tem, if you want to add anything here, but I just want us to be mindful that we are not being redundant in reviewing the work when it comes to tree ordinance.
And I think that answers my question. But from the standpoint of litter as well, I feel like we all acknowledge the problem, the fact that it exists, and we have never been able to formulate a solution to that problem. And that I do hope, I don't know if it's something that is prime for this particular committee, but I do hope that someday it is something that we tackle in one of our committees. And when I looked at the charge that this committee has, I felt like maybe this is one where we could tackle that problem. But did want to put that out there for everyone's consideration.
Yes, I think you bring up a great point. Litter conversation has come up so many times, and as long as I remember from 5 years ago, this is an ongoing issue that we are trying to wrap our hands around. We're trying to wrap our arms around it. And really, from the policy perspective, I don't know what options are there. I mean, there are several programs that we had looked into, But, I mean, this is something certainly committee can take deeper dive into, but from policy perspective, from 3 years ago, I remember when the Environment Committee had reviewed this topic in depth, there wasn't really any policy item. And other programming things that we can do that is well within the means of city manager's office, that we can continue to implement programs to address the litter issue. But I want to ask this question to staff in terms of any policy item that we could address for this litter issue that we are continuing to struggle with.
Mr. Jones?
So thank you, Councilmember Ashmere. As I started I guess my intro to these work plans, we talked about 2 steps. One is trying to make sure you have the correct staffing level for your work, but also there was a second bucket when items like this come up. So I feel very comfortable having information, whether it's information that we've provided in the past or best practices from other cities that we could put together so that at the next committee meeting that you have or at the next work session, we can give you information. And you don't even have to ask me that. We'll do that for you.
So this is one of the other things we talked about is council members have ideas, Mr. Newton and Ms. Ashmere, that we ought to do some research, give you some data so that you at least have a starting point to define and frame the issue. So, Mr. Jones, thanks for incorporating that in your team to do that. And, you know, I guess I've been staying home a long time because I've been reading, and actually this is occurring everywhere. People are driving in their cars and throwing the trash out constantly. It's a change from where we had a message about how we wanted to have clean streets and everything to, you know, I'm not getting out of my car, I'm not stopping for anything, and I'm afraid during this pandemic to do this, and they just toss fast food a lot. And things like that happen, and I hope that there will be some minimal reduction as we come out of this, but I think the research will show a lot more depth that's required for this effort than we know about now. I have Ms. Watlington, followed by Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, no, not Ms. Watlington. Then I have Mayor Pro Tem and followed by Ms. Johnson, and then Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And to respond to Ms. Ashmere's comments, I think it's really, it just needs to be clarified that we would love to have comments from the committee on the items of the UDO that are specific to environmental, such as the tree ordinance and stormwater, but we don't want to, I don't think we want to chop up the UDO and distribute it between committees. It needs to stay in one committee. But what I also don't want is to get to a point, you know, close to when we vote on the UDO that people start bringing up heavy issues like this, about whether or not they agree with the tree ordinance or the stormwater portion of it. So if there is perhaps a presentation to this committee on what the tree ordinance or the stormwater ordinance is, and then that is an opportunity for the committee to at least voice comments that we can then bring back within the TAP committee to discuss. But I do think it's important that council gets issues out on the table that are going to, you know, be a major part of the UDO. It might impact whether or not one supports it.
So to follow up on that, Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Jones, what process, or I'm trying to figure out, because TAP committee has already reviewed tree ordinance. So would you like the Environment, Equity and Engagement Committee to further review it in depth, provide feedback, or do you want us as a council, full council, to have presentation on this topic? Because tree ordinance, we are going to have passion from all sides. So I think it would be important to have deeper dive presentation at one of our strategy meetings and then gather feedback and provide it to Mayor Pro Tem, who chairs our TAP committee. I'm just trying to figure out what is the best way to do this. Because it's not just the Triple E committee who would need to provide feedback, but full council would need to provide feedback on this important ordinance.
Absolutely. Councilmember Ashmera, the latter, as you presented it, instead of just going to the committee, we know that there are a number of items, whether it is short-term rentals, the tree ordinance, parking, things that come up, and we think that it's much better as a team, a staff, to bring those to the full council and get your feedback, because there's a handful of items that all of you have questions about, and I think it would really drain staff resources if we did the same presentation to multiple committees. That's my ask.
So to follow up on that, Mr. Jones, so should we divide it, to Mayor Pro Tem point, should we divide it based on the expertise? So like once the presentation is given to full council on three items that often comes up: short-term rentals, tree ordinance, and stormwater ordinance, and parking. So should we divide those topics based on committee after the presentation is given to full council, and to gather feedback to provide it to Mayor Pro Tem, who is the chair of the TAP committee? So just to help sort of put some, because it's a lot to unpack and lot to uncover for just one person, for Mayor Pro Tem. So would that help, Ms. Isel?
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is to get issues out into the open ahead of time, right, before the vote on these big issues. So I would defer to whatever recommendation the manager has on how to do that, and we can certainly then discuss it in TAP, have all of those comments aggregated and have the discussion in TAP, but we just have to make sure that the opportunity is there to hear that discussion and for council members to voice their concerns well in advance.
Well noted. So, Mr. Jones, our committee could take lead on gathering feedback once the presentation is given to full council that on the items that are environmental related. So, for example, tree ordinance or parking, stormwater. And I think that's where we will work with Sarah on that. So
can I just, I feel like I was at one place and then we were at a different place. So I hope we all agree, bring the information to the body, because there are 3 or 4 items that we know universally there are some concerns. And my only ask is, once we bring it to the body, can the body give us direction about where to go? Because my concern is if we then divide it up and send it to multiple committees, I just don't know what that looks like.
We've got a number of people to want to weigh in on this, but I think the most important thing is getting these presentations out on the floor where 11 people, 12 people can discuss them, and then there's maybe more depth required for one and not another. But but in this case, I think it was, I can't remember which council member said this, but we have to figure out what that list is that people say, I absolutely have to have it this way, and figure out a way between all of us to get to that place if that's necessary. Now, if it's not necessary, that's another thing, but I think we should wait for the manager's presentation and have every council member to see and wait what seems to have a consensus, which needs more work, and make that decision then. I think Ms. Ashmera's point about making that decision after the workshop is a good one. I don't know if it's if the committee members, for example, are all in favor of it, and the committee members that are not, or council members that are not on the committee, we have to look at this and structure it for effectiveness, for what we have to do to actually consider the UDO and the mapping. So all of this is important, but I would like to see, as the manager suggested, the presentation. Let's see how far we are apart and together, and then make decisions based upon what's most effective to get that resolution to occur. I know that's a long way of saying it, and I probably repeated it, but if we can do that, I think we're going to have to just wait and see where we stand as a council on these things. Ms. Ashmira, did you have something else? I have Ms. Johnson next, Mr. Phipps, and then Mr. Winston.
Yes, I just want to make sure. So what's the time frame, Mr. Jones, for these presentations to the full council?
Yeah, I don't have the map in front of me. We have a table that lines out the policy mapping as well as the UDO. But what we do know is that, again, there's a handful of items that there are concerns. So we would start by moving them up to the front. And so we wouldn't wait until the end to start discussing those. And however many multiple bites at the apple we would take. And I think on my 30-day memo, we may have, as early as next week, Allison with us, so she can give us an update on the timeline so that we can feel more secure.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I was just going to comment on the litter issue.
Please.
Yeah, in District 4, I know, and I know my predecessor is going to mention that. That's one of the first things that you talked to me about was the litter in District 4. I hear about it all the time. I've worked with CDOT, and we have some new signage. One of our neighborhoods, I've worked closely with Radbourne, and so it's a huge issue in our district. But a big problem in District 4 is that a lot of the roads are state-owned. So I don't know if that's something for the intergovernmental committee when you talk about overlap. We could use some help from the intergovernmental committee on that or something. But I do know that litter is a big issue. And I agree with you, Mayor. Some of it is human behavior, and so I get that. But yeah, if that's something that we could get some help from the state, that would be great. Or I talked to Taiwo before he left. The University City Partners, they hired a contractor to pick up litter in their MSD. So since that's something that, that we indirectly, I think, funded, if we could look at funding that, I don't know if that's a possibility, but it's definitely something that I'd like to take a look at. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's been hit on. Litter is a big problem, especially, seems like it might be a bigger problem in more places, some places more than others. I know a couple of Sundays ago in the Sunday section of the Observer, someone wrote a letter to the editor, and specifically called out University City as one of the trashiest places. It had evolved into one of the trashiest places that they've ever seen since they've lived there. And I know on occasion I've said previously that we should have like a war on litter, and I don't know where, it doesn't seem like, that has occurred, and then certainly we're not winning it. So I just think that is something we're going to have to, I agree with Mr. Newton that it should be something that should be highlighted, something that should be done. I know in the Central Business District, I think they pick up litter on a daily basis. So you got one MSD that's getting some good coverage in terms of picking up litter in the Central Business District. I don't know if they help support some of that through their tax financing with their MSD participants or not, but we have to do something because it's just out of control. And I've had developers that would come up to University City and they even are surprised at how much litter it is up here. And so it goes to show that, some parts of town have more of a problem with litter than others. So whether it's behavior or not, I don't know if the average consumer or citizen really cares about that. All they see is a bunch of trash and road wreck debris that's not picked up, mattresses, is just ridiculous. So, it's frustrating, really. So that's all I want to say about it. I mean, if anybody's ever participated on a litter pickup, they know how hard it is. That's some hard work to go out there and pick it up litter. But I'd be interested in knowing what keeps Charlotte beautiful. I mean, I know they do a litter index on occasion. What's the most recent litter index results? And I think they do it by districts. I mean, what kind of metrics are they seeing in terms of what litter is, how prevalent is it and how bad is it in certain parts of the city other than others?
Mr. Phipps, you're going exactly where I think we ought to ask our Keep Charlotte Beautiful group. In addition to our behavior, we know that with the pandemic, we no longer have the litter cleanups. There are no people that, I really have a great appreciation for a lot of retired people that want to come out and help and do this on a regular basis. But with COVID for 2 years, they're not willing to do that. They're not willing to come out and clean the streams. And there's some neighborhoods that I know that, people will just volunteer and do it themselves. But even those have been impacted. And so I think asking Keep Charlotte Beautiful for some data and perhaps what other communities are doing, again, another item for researching, but getting the advice from those folks that are actually, that have run these, that when our city was very clean, what's missing, what happened, what's your assessment, and how can we begin, if we can, to get to another place. So I think having that, but we used to have those big stream cleanups and street cleanups and neighborhood cleanups, and pandemic, COVID just said, no, people said, I'm not going to do that. So let's get some research from Keep Charlotte Beautiful and see how we can work on that when we can, and what models there might be. So with that, I think Mr. Winston wanted to speak. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I just want to speak to the point about the tree ordinance. I think we should think about what we're actually asking about, because I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that the tree ordinance as being part of the UDO it's a planning ordinance, so it should be in the planning committee. But I think what our biggest, even if we get the tree ordinance perfectly correct, we still have concerns about the overall tree canopy. And how do we plant more trees? And how do we, create programs and support programs that are adding to that? And I think that could be appropriate work for the EEE committee to work with staff to figure out, regardless of the UDO. So I just wonder if the concerns of council are in this regards are just about the tree ordinance, or about figuring out how to kind of fortify the overall tree canopy.
So, Mr. Winston, anyone want to address that? I think that it has to be both. I mean, we're going to have a tree ordinance of some sort, and then we also need to think about how we grow and maintain. So, any comment on that? Any comments?
Yes, so I wanted to speak on urban forest plan. That looks at not just from the ordinance perspective, but overall tree canopy that Mr. Winston is raising. How do we preserve and protect what we have? And as development comes in, the tree ordinance, and then at the same time, how do we plant more? So I think we got to look at it from all angles here. So urban forestry plan, I don't remember when council got the last update on, but I think that would be a good update for us. And with this proposed tree ordinance in our UDO, how would that, what impact would it have on our current tree canopy and canopy for next decades to come? So I think we do need to look at overall our urban forest plan.
To follow up on that, that's kind of exactly my point. What questions could we ask ourselves? What opportunities are there to intersect As we try to figure out how to, for instance, create more pedestrian-centric infrastructure, we might ask ourselves or put a policy priority on doing that with trees, to create more boundaries between cars and pedestrians. I don't know. But those are things that, are kind of above and beyond just looking at the tree canopy from a perspective of the UDO that I think that's what I hear the community asking for,
Okay, I think we have to ponder that one a bit. Mr. Winston, we may have to ponder that a little bit longer.
Thank you. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right, so where we are with the Triple E is the work that's going to be done around the equity and governance framework, continuing to work on looking at the ADA programs and other programs there. But you see the schedule, and I think all of this has been discussed and agreed upon. Is there anyone that has any suggested changes on this one? If not, everybody's good. Thank you very much.
Mayor, just
Oh,
for
sir. Mr.
clarification,
Uh-huh.
and we'll come back with more information on litter.
Litter, yes, the research around litter and advice from the committee, advisory committee. Okay, the next item is great neighborhoods. Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep it brief. I know we've got several more of these to get through and additional items on the agenda. So firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge the 2022 members of the Great Neighborhoods Committee, myself, former chair and vice chair. I'm happy to serve with you, Graham, council members Johnson, Newton, and Phipps. Look forward to working with you and hearing your perspectives at the committee level. Also would like to acknowledge our staff support, who is phenomenal. I'm very excited about working with Sean Heath, Rebecca Hefner, Julia Martin, and Cherry Smith. We had our first meeting last month, and we really wanted to look at and consider our charge in a holistic way. So as we think about great neighborhoods, our charge is to review and recommend policy related to comprehensive initiatives designed to create affordable housing and provide opportunities that align with creating great neighborhoods. And as many of you are aware, I started my activities with the city in a neighborhood organization as a neighborhood leader. So that is something that's very near and dear to my heart. And I truly believe that our neighborhood organizations are the backbone of our public service. And so I am excited about investing in neighborhood engagement at a very, very real level, especially considering coming out of COVID. We want to make sure that we get folks back engaged face-to-face within their neighborhoods, because that is an extremely powerful source of political and human capital. So I look forward to doing that work alongside the Triple E Committee and Councilmember Ajmira and her team. As we think about economic mobility and jobs, Councilmember Graham, you mentioned earlier our work coinciding with each other with corridors of opportunity, because obviously these corridors are within neighborhoods. So I look forward to that, as well as Higher Charlotte, because we know that affordability and economic mobility go hand in hand. As we think about anti-displacement, our Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Commission has had their first meeting, and will have had their first meeting by the time we meet in February. So we are looking to connect with the NEST Commission, which was charged with developing anti-displacement strategies and tools to support the UDO. So definitely expect that we will be engaging Mayor Pro Tem with the TAPE committee and making sure that those recommendations get back into our comprehensive plan. In addition, I look forward to the Staying in Place pilot being launched as a result, or in conjunction with that anti-displacement work. And then also housing access. Next month, we will be taking up, as you can see on our schedule, the source of income protections in city-supported housing. We will be hearing the recommendations, and then the following month, I will be having our council discussion. And then finally, as we think about creation and preservation of affordable housing, which we know is a pressing need still in Charlotte, we really want to take a look at some of our current policy framework. How do we really invest in not only preserving naturally occurring affordable housing in the rental space, but how do we use or retool what's in our box for home ownership programs, because we understand the connection between home ownership and building generational wealth. And then finally, Another tool or potential program that we're looking forward to pilot this year is the accessory dwelling unit that can be not only an affordable housing solution, but also a wealth generator for those individuals who already own a home in our neighborhoods. So with that, you can see on the next page our upcoming schedule. I covered the highlights already, and I will open it up to the floor for any questions or feedback.
Okay, any questions for Ms. Watlington?
Mr. Winston.
Mr. Winston?
That was just up from last time, sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Newton.
Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a member of this committee now, and I'm really excited about our work moving forward. Something that does occur to me is oftentimes within this context, we are working towards ensuring that everyone can have a roof over their heads. At the same time, it's separate from our work pertaining to homelessness altogether. And I know that homelessness is not something that traditionally falls within our purview. But I did just want to raise that point. It's my understanding that staff will be presenting or delivering a presentation to us regarding our homeless policy here in the near future. And I just wanted to touch on that and ask if that is the case.
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, I believe that Sean Heath, the last time he was with us, discussed that I guess on the 8th or last Tuesday, that the 2025 plan would be released, and at some point we will give you an update of some of the key components of that plan, yes.
Great, thank you. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, I'm hopeful that our partnership with the county and the private sector will pay big benefits here. Ms. Johnson?
I did want to add one thing I forgot to mention as it relates
Ms.
to
Watlington?
as it relates to access. Not only are we talking about access to housing, but as we think about what makes up a great neighborhood, we're also talking about things like food access and how we're going to invest in some of those initiatives, as well as healthcare access as well. So we're thinking about it a little bit more broadly than one might traditionally think of it.
Okay. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I also wanted to know if we could get an update from Mr. Jones on the staying in place pilot. And I see that we're going to discuss it in February this month. I'm also a member of the committee now. I'm so excited. This is what I was born to do. Okay, let me
I think you told me that several times.
anyway, but there's currently a pending rezoning that's in Hidden Valley. It's 20 market unit townhomes, and I think this would be a great time to hear from the Nest community or information about the staying in place pilot. This is a practical opportunity to possibly improve the neighborhood while allowing opportunities for the current residents to stay in place. So I've already talked to the city manager about it, and I wanted to know if we could get, and I know you wanted to wait until the Nest committee met, and there's a couple moving parts, but if we can get an update, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. It's kind of nice to have affordable housing be understood so well that nobody has a whole lot of questions for the debt. I mean, listen, that's truly a compliment to this council and the work that's been done, that we can have this kind of discussion, although we do have a couple of things coming up pretty soon that'll be perhaps a little bit more topical for us. So thank you. Everybody's good on that one? Okay, so we are now going to intergovernmental. Is Mr. Bakari still with us? There you go. Thank you, Mr. Bakari. Mr. Winston.
Yes. So, our 30, 60, 90 day, well, the first 30 and 60 days are kind of occupied, as you see there, by the culmination of our federal and state legislative agenda processes. Next March, for 30 days, we will be doing our congressional briefings based on our legislative agendas that we adopted this past fall. We'll be doing the same and looking forward to on talking with our our state delegation later on, in April. For our 90-day item, Mr. Bakari and I'll turn it over to him in a bit to kind of go through the three-step process that we're kind of looking at. We wanted to kind of aim up high and look at the idea of municipal government consolidation. And we asked staff to look at it from three ways. And Mr. Bakari, you want to kind of dive into that?
Sure. And I think the punchline is a lot of us have talked a lot about inefficiencies across multiple municipal government bodies, the use case for consolidation, but we also recognize how complex it is. So Councilman Winston and I, with staff and some members of some of the other bodies, have had some initial conversations for debate amongst our body here of we have our legislative agenda, our normal annual process. You can see it laid out there. It doesn't warrant much discussion right now because we're in the middle of it, and we do it every year, and we've evolved it. Do we want to take on something additional in this body that has meat around it? And clearly, we know consolidation does have meat around it. So what we've laid out is basically a scoping of saying what is the spectrum of the art of the possible, with current state over here being we leave it as is, all the way up to discussions of a full consolidation between county, city, elements that touch other bodies as well. Clearly, that is a big item that has failed to get traction for years and years and years. We don't necessarily know we have a secret ingredient to enable that, but it is certainly on the far right end of the spectrum, a moonshot of a goal that we could actually make some progress on. We think, though, that there's another piece in there that maybe might be lower hanging fruit in relation to a more transactional approach. And I'll give you some examples, but we know there is low hanging fruit in topics like economic development when we're doing economic incentives and recruiting companies, yet there are multiple touch points and multiple kind of friction points amongst the various bodies that have to come to a conclusion there. We know that EMS, for example, on one side, on the county, and CMPD and fire have multiple touch points, and there have been multiple inefficiencies just given that they're in separate budgetary organizations and they roll up there. Parks and Rec. There's a long laundry list that we've identified that transactionally we might be able to sit at the table and say, look, county, this makes more sense to exist in your realm. This would make more sense here. And it's just about getting to a next step point. Right now, we've had the logical conversations amongst elected officials, which has been a missing part of all of this for a long time. But we need to get to a point where, as a body, we say, yeah, that's something we as a body would like to take on. That will obviously take the county and the school board to some extent as bodies saying they want to do that. And then we can get to a point where staff goes and laundry lists out all of the puzzle pieces on this table and brings them back to us. But the elected official, you can't leave it just to staff to have these conversations because they get too far down in the weeds and they don't have enough oomph behind them. You can't just leave it to elected officials because you need the analysis and diligence of the staff members. So I think we've gotten it to a point where this is a moonshot, a big idea. We know without a doubt, no matter what we end up tackling, we will find efficiencies and consolidation items. And perhaps that's how you get to a long-term strategy of an ultimate consolidation, by looking at low-hanging fruit, transactional items to create efficiency. So I think we're now at a point where this body needs to weigh in and say, yeah, we're interested in that, or no, it's too hard, or there's other priorities. And then we can table it, but that's kind of the premise of what we were looking for.
Okay. Anything else to add before we open it up for questions? All right. Questions for intergovernmental. I think that both Mr. Winston and Mr. Bakari said that our 2022 and 2023 let's say, agendas are pretty well fleshed out and normalized, I would say. And maybe the question around municipal government consolidation should be something that we begin to discuss or have some comments or questions about. Any comments or questions? I hear Mr. Phipps has a question.
Well, I mean, I'm going to have a question that I guess I used to be on this committee, and I didn't realize that was something that was on the table, but must have, in the intervening months, I guess, it got on the table. So I think it's worthy of a discussion, and look forward to the discussion.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I have a
Mayor?
I'm not sure. Mr. Driggs?
Yes. I just want to make the point I mentioned before. This conversation has come up, and I think Mr. Bakari spelled out well kind of the approach we might take. But any discussion that we have about consolidation of government is going to be of interest to the towns and the county. So I do hope that we will be sensitive about that and kind of let them know that our intention is that they would be part of any conversation. This has major implications for the towns in particular, but also, of course, the county, you know. So this is a conversation that we really ought to have. And again, if it's just partial, if we're just talking about more interlocal agreements or areas such as the ones that we already have, like Charlotte Water, that's one thing. But if we're going to talk about consolidation, we should be very clear about what we mean and talk to the people that might be interested sooner rather than later. Thanks.
Yeah, and that has 100% been part of a lot of our discussion as we've scoped this. We obviously haven't moved in a large amount in that direction because the point was we wanted to scope it enough that we knew where we could head. But the bottom line, and the county has shared this, and school board for that matter, shared the same desire and interest in doing it, but also the recognition that if our own full bodies don't have the appetite for this, we might as well just stop there because you know it can't happen with a couple elected officials from each group. It has to be from a mandate from each one, and the towns are very much a massive part of that equation. But obviously, we needed to see if you guys had appetite for this first, and then staff would take a large part of the next step of helping craft out, all right, who are all the stakeholders? How are we going to consolidate? We've even had discussions on use of existing bodies and cross-governmental organizations that have been formed for all this. So we just put puzzle pieces on the table and didn't want to waste a lot of time until we heard if there's appetite.
I would also add, you know, part of the discussion is recognizing that there are a lot of intergovernmental work groups from a staff level, as Mr. Bakari was kind of touched on, and that you know, as we look at, for instance, our you know, public health look at violence, right? Like this is including the county, the public health system, and other elected bodies, not just towns, different governmental entities, but you know, sometimes, you know, staff can do but so much, you know, are there opportunities from an elected perspective, you know, to keep up with, in a lot of ways, what the staff is doing and make sure they have the tools and mandates to kind of go the step further without kind of having things caught up. So there's a lot of possibilities on the table. And as Mr. Bakari said, if we get the kind of thumbs up from Council at large, I think that could be a good thing.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I apologize, I missed this discussion. I am on the committee now, but we were conflicted with the North Carolina Transportation Summit that we were on our way to. And so as I think about this fresh, you know, there's certainly areas that are more maybe critical to consider now sooner than later. For instance, parks, because I think that's with our 2040 plan and with all the rezonings that we do, we're starting to hear not just from the public, but from other electeds at the county put land aside for parks. Yet that's not in our purview. It's a county function. And so, I do think there's parts of this discussion that are really important to have sooner than later. By the same token, it almost feels like this discussion should have the input of a independent committee, much like we had with the governance committee, that you're going to have a body of citizens put together from the towns, from Charlotte, and would have a much longer runway to have a look at the issue and talk about some of the relevant issues, be educated as to what some of the issues are, because I don't think a lot of people really understand. They just think this is about saving money by consolidating departments, and that's not what it is, because, as we know. But anyway, so what comes to mind for me is that maybe part of the discussion is, should there be a larger discussion that takes 6 months or whatever and is made up of a citizen group?
All right.
That's all.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the Mayor Pro Tem just read my mind. I've been dating myself all day, right? So in 1995, I served on the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Consolidation Commission, right? And we spent, Mayor Pro Tem, about a year studying the issue. It was sanctioned by both the mayor at that time and the chairman of the county commission. Both managers agreed to take a look at it. There was significant input from the corporate community and the public, i.e. the commission itself. And there was a lot of thought that went into it, and it was not handled by a council committee. It was the committee of a whole, if I can think that far back, right? And so I say that to say that the end is in the beginning, right? If you want to see how something is going to end, just take a look at how it starts. And so obviously, I've been saying we need to consolidate since 1995. So this is good news to me. I just hope that we proceed with the type of due diligence right from the very start. There's a lot of information in this building somewhere, right, tucked away. The mayor herself has a lot of institutional knowledge about that issue as well, having been here when it occurred. It just needs to start at the highest levels, with all two bodies saying this is the road that we want to take, and it has to be a public-facing, public involvement deal right from the very start. If not, we're going to get into turf between two government bodies, and the neutral arbitrator is the public, right, in terms of taking a look at what we do, how we do it, why we do it. We're essentially consolidated now functionally, other than from a governance perspective. I think that's really where it's at, right? A couple of things that we do separately. They do affordable housing, we do affordable housing. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. They do economic development, we do economic development. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense.
Well, those things weren't being done in 95.
Exactly, right. And so there's some things that, you're right, we can probably have some conversations about kind of showing those things out, but the broader picture of consolidating, the impact it has on the towns and the public, and how we operate, I think we need to do, but we need to make sure that right from the very start that everyone knows exactly what we're trying to do. And that requires, I think, a lot of forethought before we kind of just jump right into it. I am very, very, very happy that you guys have kind of rolled this out. But I just caution us as a body, and someone who wants to see the end result, exactly what it is you want, is how we roll this thing out. has to be perfect, because it's all in the presentation, and we have to educate the community along the way, even our corporate community, right, about why this is good for business and why this is good for the city and why this is good for the county and for our region, right? So it's a really, really it's a really tough conversation, a time-consuming conversation, a lot of resource from staff conversation that we need to make sure that from a scheduling perspective as well, with this election cycle and the budget and all the things that we're talking about, that we have to actually have the time to roll it out right. So that's my only concern, but I'm with you guys 110%. I just want to make sure that if we're going to go down this road, that we've got a great GPS.
Yeah, Councilman Graham, we very much agree, and our conversations have mirrored a lot of that. I think the one nuance I'd throw out there to this approach versus, thinking back and having some conversations with folks like you and others who have done this and gone down this path before, was if we start by embarking on a major bureaucratic effort that has everyone in it and the full scope of the universe of this, if it ends in our lifetime, it probably won't end where we wanted it to. But I still think that's a very valuable component to build to. And when I was mentioning kind of the low-hanging fruit transactional start, this is where our kind of thought process was of, if we can get buy-in from the major bodies to start something where it's almost like city manager, county manager are the staffers, right, that are then directing their staff. Council members are bought in, there's a mandate. It's almost like, can they put those initial low-hanging fruit puzzle pieces on the table that we know there is a value prop for the community to get better service, more efficient, effective service, more scope and reach of service. And if you look at economic development and the impacts on those topics, EMS, fire, and police, and the cross touch points there, and especially things like not just Parks and Rec, but think of permitting and how painful it is for anyone in this community to bounce back and forth between multiple municipal bodies to get through permitting. So it's not to say we don't, I think the beauty of how Braxton and I have approached this is we didn't come with any ulterior motive to try to get something. We just knew we want to make things better. And if the manager, staff, everyone can come together with an initial low-hanging fruit kind of proof point that says, okay, we could make permitting better by this kind of consolidation, we could make EMS better by this, or whatever it might be, then suddenly you've got a real win that everyone can huddle around, and it becomes the blueprint by which these broader, more kind of public-facing, community-led conversations can happen. But I fear if we start there, with a big committee type approach, there's going to just be so many, like, it's got to be managers kind of leading the charge, saying transactionally, like, you let us have this, we'll take that on, trade there, a win for the community, and then a blueprint for the future.
I agree with you 100% of what you said, that we have to have small victories first. And it's almost like a capital campaign, right? You got to have a quiet phase first, right? Where you're really going behind the scenes and acting, talking to county manager, talking to the city manager, talking to the mayor, talking to Chairman Dunlap, identifying a low-hanging fruit, i.e. affordable housing. We both are doing it. Why is that? Right? Can we work on doing that together, right? Economic development, how can we work on getting that done by one of the, right? Together, right? And building our way towards what the ultimate goal is. So I think you're absolutely right. My comments is just to make sure that we're taking those baby steps first, and that we're approaching, quote unquote, the quiet campaign. I mean, really kind of talking to folks, and making sure that we're all talking the same love language, right? So that we're all doing what we want to do and having those conversations with the small towns. I mean, right now, quietly, no, just, I call it a what if, right? And when you approach it that way, you hear a lot, right? But I think you're right. If there's ways where we can work quietly to identify low-hanging fruits. I think the initiative that we're doing with the homelessness may be not a good model, but certainly a way where we've seen how the county and the city and the private community all are coming together for a common purpose and goal, right? Those type of things, I think, kind of lead us to where we want to go. So I'm not saying no by any measure at all. I'm all on board. I just want to be successful towards the end. And success may be 3 years from now, 4 years from now, or when I'm a private citizen, watching on TV when the council and the commission finally gets it done. But I think the first critical steps are probably the most important ones.
Any other comments or questions about this one?
Mayor, it's Ed. I just want us to be clear where council is coming out on this, because we've heard a variety of observations. Again, to the extent anybody else is watching that might be sensitive on the subject, I think we should be plain about what we're going to do at this point.
Well, I think that's really a good place to start. I really hope that there is an opportunity to have this discussion. I think it does start, not with the managers, though. I think it has to start with the elected officials, because when you're talking about the transactional things, there might be things that we think are pretty transactional. But I will tell you, there was a consolidation study of building standards and permitting just within the last 5 to 6 years. There have been other opportunities for these. The police consolidation took, I think, about 4 years or so. And a lot of this has to do with tax policy and state law. So this idea of taking a step to say, how do you do this? What are the implications? What are the big steps that actually make it more difficult to consolidate, that are structural in nature? But I think it's an intriguing idea. I think if there are some places that we certainly can see efficiencies, there are opportunities to have shared services, and how you do that. I believe that those studies have to take place, but I also believe that almost everything that we would consider transactional could be defined as being also owned by certain groups, and immediately can cause us to kind of say, well, why not someplace else? But I think these things, ideas of efficiencies and shared service agreements, are really, really something that people are doing in the private sector now all the time, and we may have an opportunity to do some of them. But as Mr. Bakari reminds me about the mobility network plan that we have, if you start off just saying this is what you're going to do, then you cannot be successful at it. And this is including the towns. And I would ask that we make sure that we have the towns' political involvement in it clear. And I'd actually like to see a definition of what this means. If you write something down, people can say this is what you're trying to do. And right now, I think we're having a general discussion, and I think the next step may be actually for the committee to write down what this process that you've outlined for us tonight would actually look like, and what it would mean, and where you would go and take the next steps. Because what I have learned is that people need to see something that they believe in, that's written down and agreed upon by everyone. I think that's really important. So just a thought, but I didn't hear anyone say not to do something, but I would say the next step would be to write it down, because I think this has been a general discussion with, I don't know if everyone else has had an opportunity to weigh in, but you've heard a lot of the history. History doesn't mean that it has to be the same. I hope we're not looking in the rearview mirror, we're looking forward. And it shouldn't just be what happened before. It ought to be the real opportunities that we can take advantage of structurally in today's time and place. And I think that really starts with some further conversation around those that would actually be impacted, and that's the towns and the county. I don't know if the school board really falls under this, because just the way the government's structured, I think that's another issue. I think see, that's what I'm saying. Maybe write down what this really is. What is it? What are you trying to do so that people can understand it better? So with that,
I think the form of what we were looking for in this conversation, because clearly this is not an ask for like approval. We don't even know what we're approving. We followed the task of finding a big ticket item that the committee would like to sink its teeth in, put a little meat around it, had a few conversations, brought it before you all today. You've heard it. I think if there is desire to move forward, which again is into the scoping phase, it makes a lot of sense to then refer this back to our committee. So then we're there formally, not with a mandate, but with a mandate to try to define it. We have staff support all the way up to the manager. And then whatever we get out, we'd vote back to this group to take a look at to see if it's viable or not.
I'd like to see a written referral. I don't know what we're referring. That's what I would say. I'd like for you to write down what you're asking to do. Does that make sense? So I think everybody ought to have a chance to see what you're saying and planning to do. So could you take a stab at a written referral and come back to us?
Yes, I think that, and it will be similar to what you've heard, maybe with more examples. I think the point is we're rapidly reaching a point where Braxton and I and a committee can only do so much without some dedicated staff support that's been mandated to help us figure out the problem statements and the opportunities at hand. Now, again, not to act on them, but to move. So if this is about formulating something that you can look at in the form of a referral that would then get us to that point, we're happy to do that. But I don't know that we've figured out a lot more than what we've already kind of explained here today, but we're happy to write that down.
And maybe it's just later and we've had a lot of conversation, but happy to write that down might, I think, be helpful, Mr. Bakari. One, that might help define how much staff resources are needed and what would be done next. I just don't have a grasp for that. So I'm going to just ask you to try to write down the key points and what you think the next steps are and the allocation of staff resources, who would be involved, and that would at least give us some idea of what's next.
We will do that.
All right. So with that, thanks, everybody. Everybody good on that? We have one more committee. Thank you, two more, Mr. Eggleston and Mayor Pro Tem. Two more. Mr. Eggleston, you're up.
I will try to get us back on schedule here. Safe Communities, we've got a couple things. We actually, at our meeting last week, voted two things out to the full council, and so I'll mention those here now, and I will entrust them to the manager to put on an agenda as soon as possible, but when appropriate. One of those things was the Umbrella Center. There has been a lot of progress made on the Umbrella Center since the full council last heard about it. A lot of, I think, the T's have been crossed and I's have been dotted that we wanted to see before we made a commitment to investing in that. The committee did recommend to the full council, and I do believe it was unanimous, that we do allocate the $5 million funding request that they requested. That is contingent on that funding being the last funding into the project. So we would recommend setting that funding aside, but it would not be deployed until and unless everything else was in place for our funding to complete the fundraise and for the project to move forward. I'm going to assume that Mr. Jones, unless he says otherwise, thinks that's a discussion maybe best had at a budget workshop, but we would like to bring that forward to the full council. The other thing that we want to bring forward to the full council and voted out, again, I believe unanimously, was the Travel Safely technology app. It's something that's been utilized in Cary, North Carolina in a pilot. They have seen at least anecdotal results that led them to want to deploy that across their entire network of intersections in their community, signalized intersections in their community. We are recommending a pilot in the South End area. We know that's a high traffic area, not only for vehicles, but for pedestrians and cyclists. Ms. Kunze can send more information and a sort of informative video to all of council that will give you an overview of what that app is and what that technology can do. The pilot in this case would only cost $100,000, and we think that's a small investment to make in something that we believe might be able to have an impact on making our streets safer. So that one, I am not as certain where we want that to land on an agenda, but I would ask Mr. Jones that that be on the agenda soon, because again, I think small investment on something that we hope we will see results on and could be easily and quickly and fairly inexpensively expanded across our street network. And so would like to get that ball rolling as soon as possible. The main topics that we foresee tackling over the coming months are, and you see some of them up here, but really safety on our streets around Vision Zero, traffic calming. That's obviously been something that's been top of mind for every council member. I know you all, like I, get constant complaints about reckless driving in our community, racing in our community. And so one of the strategies that CMPD has already implemented, these are things that for obvious reasons we don't want to forecast in advance, because when there's traffic enforcement, if people know where it's going to be, they'll simply slow down on those particular streets and then get back up to speed elsewhere. But Independence Boulevard between Morningside Drive and Idlewild Road, as well as the plaza between Eastway Drive and Milton Road, CMPD has already executed some additional enforcement in those corridors, led to a number of stops primarily for excessive speeding. They'll continue to monitor those areas, but we'll also start to deploy additional resources to others. And this is not just randomly being chosen, it is being informed. It's a data-based approach they're taking in terms of making sure that we are targeting the places where we have the biggest challenges as it relates to injury causing crashes, excessive speeding, things of that nature. So that will continue. The technology solution also obviously related to Vision Zero. Around crime prevention, a number of things, but we have asked that we get at least a quarterly update. Obviously, this council is well aware of all of the things that we've done over the last 2 years in terms of our Safe Charlotte plan and all the different strategies that we have implemented there. A lot of those are getting up and running or are sort of in their initial stages now, but we have asked for at least a quarterly update on that in terms of the progress of that implementation. And as we begin to see results, what those results are. Councilmember Phipps brought up, and there was a shared interest among all the members of the committee around trying to put some focus on gun safety awareness. Obviously, we know how big of a problem that is in our community in terms of making sure that we are encouraging gun owners to be responsible gun owners and restrict access of their firearms to anyone that might get a hold of them other than the owner. And so we think there's an opportunity there. This is maybe where we cross over into some intergovernmental work. We think there's an opportunity there to try to work with the Sheriff's Department. Obviously, they have a huge role in firearm permits, things of that nature in our community. So we'd like to see CMPD, as well as the Sheriff's Department, the city and the county, maybe all working together on some gun safety awareness initiatives. So that's something we'll be addressing. And another thing that will ring familiar to particularly the district reps, but I think every member of council, we are all, I'm sure, aware of at least one or two places in our district or in the city that are just the constant squeaky wheel when as it relates to quality of life issues, community safety issues. Everybody in their district has an address or two that they know is terrorizing a community. I have a couple that come to mind, and I have one that finally led to a good resolution in the past year in my district, but it was a long road to get there. And I think that it was brought up, I believe, by Councilmember Bakari that we would like to hear, and staff is going to gather more information and bring back to us strategies around how we as council members can work with CMPD to identify what those problem addresses are. Sort of those frequent flyers, they're the ones that if you ask any officer, what address do you respond to more often than any other, they'd probably know it right off the top of their head. What can we do sort of holistically to try to address whatever issues are causing the trouble at those addresses, and how can we make sure that we are putting the focus that they deserve on them to try to resolve those issues for the sake of the communities around them. So that's going to be coming back to us. Another thing that I think will move into probably a different lane than our own, but Councilmember Bakari also raised, and there was again agreement on wanting to continue to make sure we are doing what's necessary to attract and retain the best and most qualified folks as our public safety first responder, in our public safety first responder positions. I think a lot of that will center around compensation, but not all of it. And so that's something that I believe we'll have the opportunity to take up in our budget workshop on Wednesday, as well as potentially conversations that might take place in the budget committee. I believe that that captured just about everything, and happy to take questions.
All right, questions? Questions for Mr. Eggleston?
Ms. Ashmere?
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So there's a lot in the Public Safety Committee. Certainly, I appreciate the work that's being done on gun safety awareness. As we know, that is an ongoing issue that we do need to tackle. And in terms of the Vision Zero technology pilot, is this going to be paired with the traffic enforcement? Because I remember when we had the presentation last time, it was just the user reporting, but it wasn't that CMPD was going to work off of those tips to do more traffic enforcement. Has that changed, or is that still the case?
Sorry if I conflated those things in the way that I described them. Those are not related other than the fact that they are both relevant to our larger Vision Zero goal. But the CMPD traffic enforcement, particularly if you think about a place like Independence Boulevard, that's not going to be where we're going to get the most bang for the buck on this technology solution, which is really more about areas like South End where we have a greater likelihood of interaction between cars, cyclists, pedestrians. So I think those will be different tools for different areas. And again, I think South End is a good example of where the technology piece works. More high-speed corridors are probably a better example of where the traffic enforcement being beefed up over a period of time is going to work.
Okay, I see. So we are using multiple tools to address the speeding on our streets and reckless driving.
Yes, ma'am.
So when it comes to, for an example, this technology app that we have in South End will be used as a pilot program. So give me an example. So let's say if someone is speeding, and so would user be able to say, oh, here I saw this car speeding, or I saw someone with reckless driving? Is that?
It's less of a tool to report bad behavior. I mean, we have ways to do that. If people see someone recklessly driving in our community, hopefully they'll call 911. That would probably be the appropriate way to deal with that. I think in this case, and again, the video that I'll have Ms. Kunze send out to everybody tonight or tomorrow, I think is the best example because it really shows you a real life example of how this will work. But for people, whether they're behind the wheel, whether they're on a bike, whether they're walking, if they've got this app up, it can anticipate someone who is not slowing down for a light that's about to turn red and alert a pedestrian or a cyclist. It can alert someone who is driving that there is a cyclist about to cross their path, things like that. So it's more of an audible alert to users of the app to let them know that there might be something that they need to be mindful of ahead, or a potential accident could be sort of brewing, and gives them a heads up maybe before they would see it just on their own. So not so much a reporting tool as a warning tool. But that video is just like 2 minutes, and it really demonstrates it better than I can probably explain it.
Okay, well, I look forward to watching the videos. From what I understand, this is more for informational, not for traffic enforcement. But a lot of this, when we got an update last time, we were told that there is a lot of distracted driving that goes on in our, it's not just an issue in our city, I mean, across the nation. And I don't know what this app would do to, or how it would contribute to the already distracted driving. So, and if it's not paired with traffic enforcement, what does it really do? I mean, yes, you're alerting someone, there is someone recklessly driving, so please slow down, or like look out for this car. I mean, I just don't really understand how this is really going to address the underlying issue that we have with preventing fatalities in our streets. But I guess, who knows, I might change my mind after watching the video, but I just don't really understand how this really addresses the root issue.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal of Vision Zero and the goal of this council is and has been that we want to minimize the number of accidents and fatalities we have on our street. And so that can be done in a number of ways. I think it can be done through warning people that something might be about to happen so that accident can be avoided in the first place. It can happen through enforcement. You know, everything is around changing the behaviors of our drivers primarily, but really everyone using our streets. And so I think anything we can do to help avoid a potential accident helps us achieve our Vision Zero goal. And there will undoubtedly be people who don't care about any of that and just want to drive as fast as they possibly can down Independence Boulevard. And for them, writing tickets and their insurance costs going up might be the thing that changes their behavior. So I think we're going to use a suite of tools to try to address the problem, and these won't be the only two. But again, with the pilot idea on the Travel Safely app, with a $100,000 investment, which given the amount of money we put into our transportation efforts and our Vision Zero efforts and trying to create safer communities is a relatively small amount. I think that pilot will give us enough data to determine whether there are the results. And to your point, maybe there aren't. Maybe we pilot it in South End and find that the adoption is too low to justify expanding it across the rest of the city, and we can pivot and move on to something else. But I think this will give us the opportunity to evaluate it in Charlotte and see if it works.
Sure. No, I think it's a good tool to see if it works or not. But I think we ought to be open to using it as also for traffic enforcement if it comes down to that. I think we got to keep that option open.
Yeah, enforcement is definitely going to be part of our strategy throughout all of this. But I think we want to use carrots and sticks and anything we can to change behavior.
And then is red light camera and speeding camera, is that still in our toolbox? Are we still having that discussion? I remember last time we got an update was in November, and it was going to come back. So I'm trying to figure out where that stands right now.
Yeah, I don't think we've eliminated anything as a possible solution. That's not one that's being recommended right now, simply because it's not something that the council has full control over. It would require, again, talking about how things sort of straddle lanes of committees, it would obviously require work on the intergovernmental front to get the allowance to be able to have that authority here locally. So what we wanted to do, and again, these are not the only two things we're going to do to try to achieve our Vision Zero goals, but were there two where we felt like we could move quickly and do so at a relatively low cost and with no barriers to implementation in regards to the authority to do it. So these are the ones we can move on most quickly, but I think there will be a number of others that take a little longer, but we'll continue to consider.
Thank you. I would like to refer those items to our intergovernmental committee, specifically the red light camera and speeding camera, because we need to explore those options with an authority from our state legislators. And the last question I have is on the Umbrella Center. Is this the partnership with the nonprofit that will provide holistic services, like one-stop shop for all, to provide services for all domestic violence victims?
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Mr. Eggleston. I wanted to also elaborate on what Ms. Esmira is saying. I appreciate the the effort towards having some kind of technology, but to address dangerous driving, being in a situation where if you're a motorist or a biker, a cycler, or pedestrian, you could be warned perhaps of dangerous driving. But I still think the focus has got to be on driver behavior. When we were in Raleigh last month for the North Carolina Transportation Summit, I attended the highway safety meeting, and the Governor's Highway Safety Association, I might have that name a little bit wrong, and governors being plural, so this is a national organization, not our governor specifically. But they talked a lot about technology and acknowledged that while North Carolina doesn't have the ability per se to, municipalities can't put in place speed cameras, that they should be pushing the legislature to do it because it works. And the wrong metric is to look at how much it costs and what the revenue generation is, because over time, the revenue should go down. I have spoken to the school board about this. They are very interested in knowing more about this kind of a program. So I think it could be a win-win, because as we know, the revenue has to, well, for red light cameras at least, and I would suspect that if we had speed cameras, we'd have the same model, that any proceeds would have to go to the school board. But we really could look at that as a pilot program and say, let's implement speed cameras in school crossing zones, or, you know, schools like Raymer Road that have had tragic accidents with students. So I encourage the committee and council to, it'll be the next council, I suppose, to put it on their agenda, the state agenda. It needs to be discussed, and there's a ton of data out there, and we could have the assistance of the North Carolina governor's representative for the highway safety, the governor's highway safety program, who could help us on this, who's done a lot of research. So thank you for the presentation, and I hope we won't back down on taking a look on future councils on programs like this to have enhanced technology to address dangerous driving. Thank you.
And I know everyone on the council knows this, but just to reiterate, I think there's a misperception in the public that things, when we talk about red light cameras or speed cameras or something, that it's some attempt by the city to generate a revenue source for itself. In this case, it's not only not a revenue source, but it's a huge cost. It doesn't even pay for itself. And that's one of the things that has proven challenging because of the model you've discussed there. So I don't want anyone to think that we are simply just trying to profit off of people's driving mistakes. It is not that at all.
And I'd like to address that point, that it shouldn't cover the cost, right? It isn't a revenue source, as you say, and it's going to cost us money. But, you know, we're measuring the wrong thing if we're not taking into account deaths and fatalities and accidents and the cost to the community of dangerous driving. So, you know, finance is all about, it can be pretty creative. It's how you look at it. And I think rushing to look at the cost of it should not be the determinant as to whether or not we pursue something like this.
I agree. I just don't want people to think that we are using this as a way to bolster our tax coffers.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make a comment about the Umbrella Center. I'm on the committee, and I did support moving it forward to full council. I don't know when we'll discuss it, when it will be on the agenda, but I just wanted to plant the seed and kind of mention what I mentioned in the meeting to full council as we're planning to discuss this. So the project is asking the city for $5 million of a $35 million project. And the city's $5 million would be the last financing after all of the other financing is obtained. So my thought was, and we just had a whole conversation about the overlap of city and county and muddying the waters. I think this is an opportunity for the city to stay in its lane and provide housing vouchers for clients of the Umbrella Center. And so I think we would do very well. I think that's a great output. I think when a woman is in a domestic violence situation, many times she can't leave because she's trapped financially. And we're in a city that housing is very, very difficult to afford. So I think this is an opportunity, especially when you are a two-person or two-income family, and you're trying to be a one-person family or one-income family. So I think my thought is, rather than the city give $5 million to an organization who has the ability to raise $30 million, and for a building that the county is going to manage, if we take that $5 million and allot it for clients, for the outcome, I think that supports the mission of the Umbrella Center, and also is a practical resource for clients who are clients and who need shelter. So it's just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I wanted to touch back on the gun safety awareness initiative that I hope we would embark on. I know a couple of weeks ago, Chief Jennings gave a summary of, 2021 results in terms of law enforcement, and he indicated that we had a 34% increase in the amount of guns stolen from vehicles. So essentially thousands of guns are stolen each year, and a lot of them are used in crimes on our city streets. So I would hope that we would be more assertive in our efforts to try to make the public aware of gun safety measures that we can that they can employ to help reduce that number. As a matter of fact, I guess a prominent gun retailer just today sent out an email that they are putting their gun lock boxes on sale for like $20 or whatever. So they said, don't let your guns show up in school. So it's a way that they could secure these guns or weapons in their vehicles, because a lot of them are in vehicles. So these locks would help to secure them properly. And I just think that things like that, promotional PSAs or whatever that we could do to try to help stem the tide by promoting overall gun safety, to keep guns out of the hands of the people that they should be in. So I'm hopeful that we can initiate something like that going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Any other comments? So what I've heard in this discussion, Ms. Johnson talked about the Umbrella Center and a consideration of vouchers, and I don't know how that works in terms of their needs assessment or whatever, but I think some follow-up to see the merits of that. And then the second thing is that we talked about the red light cameras, and I guess I have a question. Would we need to work with the school board first before we go to put this on our legislative package? Wouldn't there need to be a first step to have agreement locally? I'm just asking for an idea, because the referral was to send it to the legislative agenda, or to intergovernmental to be placed on the legislative agenda. And I'm wondering if that's, again, getting in front of having that discussion with the school board.
So I think
Mr.
it depends whether or not we wanted to change the funding model. I think we would have the option of going to the General Assembly and saying we're fine with the financial arrangement that would be required, which I think is that we would retain 10% of the proceeds to help cover the cost of implementing the program. It would not cover the cost, so we would be dipping into our general fund or some dollars we have locally to cover the gap there. 90% would go to the schools. We could either say we're fine with that and we just like the authority to move forward with it, or we could say we'd like to reimagine the funding, the financial model.
So I don't recall how the model worked when we had it, whether or not that would be an option. I think it was to cover most of the costs, not all of it, but I don't know what the models are. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm asking is the first touch point to work with the schools, because we really are, I like the speed cameras in the school zones. I think that's just as important as the red light cameras, but I just wondered, how do we do something like this? Whether or not we ask the manager to work with the superintendent, or the chief to work with the chief over in the department, the CMS department. There are lots of places that this conversation could be held around what are the mutual benefits. Is Fayetteville, and I believe one other city, that they have agreements that we could look at as well? Is that, I know Fayetteville has it, but I'm not sure who else.
It's a governmental committee did a update on this a couple months back, because council requested an intergovernmental committee look at this. So we can have Dana resend the information, and we can probably have folks, I don't know, look back to the council conversation around that. But I think if the committee is suggesting, they want to craft language for council to consider, for a legislative agenda, that's another thing, because this was considered for our previous legislative agenda, I do believe.
I recall that. I guess I was saying, how do we touch bases with the school board as well? Because it's not not a one-to-one all the time. There's a lot of other things that are engaged in how we support schools, what we do, and all of that. But if the council, I would just suggest that the manager have a conversation with the superintendent, and then we get the information out. And I think the referral to ask for our authority is what we want, what we're going for. So what I've heard is on the red light cameras, and I would hope that would include school zone speed cameras as well, to refer that to intergovernmental, working with the city attorney, but also having the manager contact the superintendent around the issue, and just to touch bases, just to make sure people are aware of what's going on. And so we have the $5 million for the housing vouchers, as well as the red light cameras for I Hope speeding and in school zones. And I think Mr. Eggleston talked about the app and the pilot on it, and it's managing itself and having a report come back. Did I miss it? Did I hit anything did I miss anything, Mr. Eggleston?
Ms. Coonsey has just sent, I believe, to everybody the Travel Safely video, if you would like to watch it. But no, I think we covered it.
Okay. Any disagreement, any concerns, questions? Everybody in a good place? Okay. All right, so Mr. Phipps.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I was surprised at the level of enthusiasm expressed by the public upon the announcement of the potential of initiating this pilot campaign. I think it was like a couple of 3 days maybe of media stories about it, even in the paper. I mean, it was like people were excited. I mean, enthusiastic about giving it a chance. So this is all this is anything that we can do, if it's just one person that could be benefit from this safety app, it would be well worth money spent, I think.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phipps. All right. Well, we're going to go to our final committee update. How's this working for everybody? Is it working out better, the conversation, the dialogue among the council members? Feel good about it? Okay, cool. All right, let's go to TAP. Ms. Isolt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. TAP committee met in January 24th. The members of that committee are myself, Mr. Eggleston is the vice chair, Mr. Graham, Ms. Watlington, and Mr. Winston. And we are happy to have our new committee support. Liz Babson is our lead liaison, and along with Allison Craig, Jason Lawrence, and Ed McKinney. What's great about that is that we're really, I think it's giving us some good intersection between transportation and planning. So with that, we have three initiatives that are in the agenda that it's really basically the three buckets, as you can tell: the mobility, the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan, and the UDO. Under mobility, we're working on the SMP, which is the Strategic Mobility Plan, and that's really, it's a little bit confusing, I think, as to what is the Strategic Mobility Plan versus the Transit System Plan versus the TMN, right? And the Strategic Mobility Plan is really Charlotte's plan for transportation policies. It includes the street maps and comprehensive transportation review guidelines. So it's really just about what's in motion comprehensively for mobility within Charlotte, versus the 2030 Transit System Plan, which is the region, it's the MTC. And then you've got the Regional Transportation Plan, and again, that involves more towns, more counties. So the Strategic Mobility Plan, I mentioned that. Let me see. For the Transit System Plan, the committee will hear from CATS on their policy work, including recommendations for Envision My Ride. So that's coming up, and how we can enhance bus service, along with recommendations for the Silver Line TOD study. So that is all coming up. And I'm hoping that within the discussion of enhancing bus service, we can talk about what's been happening with bus service. We are down drivers, and that has led to a lot of disruptions. So I think it's really critical that at this point in time we're presented with information as to how that's going to be remedied, and how that's impacting riders right now and ridership. The Regional Transportation Plan, the committee receives regular updates on transportation work regarding the CRTPO and the Central Atlantic Council of Governments. I think that's going to get more interesting because, as we know, the state DOT has a deficit. They're about $11 billion behind in projects that are already in the STIP. And there's going to have to be some tough decisions made as to what's going to get funded and what's not going to get funded. So we don't know much more about that at the moment, but we'll be obviously on pins and needles to find out which projects in Charlotte that could impact. The 2040 plan, I think we're working on that, and that really is more that has to do with the mapping right now. We've heard from everybody that the mapping process was moving pretty quickly, and a lot of people weren't comfortable with the February approval date. So that the work for the mapping process continues, but the date for the council to adopt the policy map has been pushed out till March 28th. Hopefully everybody had gotten that information from planning, but I think that's really good. It gives us a little bit more breathing room to get through some of the issues that have been raised by the public and by council members on technical issues with the current draft map. So that gives us a little bit more time to work on it. And then the UDO, we've talked about that a little bit tonight in other committees as well. So for February, the committee will work on receiving the information about the Strategic Mobility Plan, along with example demonstration by implementing the streets map and the comprehensive transportation review. We'll receive an update on the various UDO topics, some of them which we spoke about today, based on the particular interest of council and which issues are rising to the top, bubbling to the top in terms of importance. Then in March, we're expected to continue the policy discussions on the SMP, receive an update on Beyond 77, which was the study conducted by CRTPO, and review the recommended policy map and summary of revisions for consideration, again, for later vote by council on March 28th. We will also be looking at the economic impact analysis that has been conducted for the UDO in March. And I do believe that we're going to get some case studies, which is going to be incredibly helpful. that will sort of take a look at a project before and after the UDO is passed and what the impact would be. So I think anything visual like that will help all of us. And then in April, we're expected to focus on, again, reviewing the draft of the strategic mobility plan, receiving recommendations from the Silver Line TOD study, and then we would review summary of feedback on the first draft of the UDO. So that's it, really. That's a lot of information. You know, of course, I welcome anybody's questions, but we got a lot of work still on our plates, and that's kind of where it stands right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, so going to, a lot of this we have, you've presented many, many times, and these are updates, but let's go to the calendar, or even on the anticipated items around mobility, the vision plan, the UDO. Questions or comments or suggestions on, for the committee? Any questions, comments, or suggestions? I guess that means the committee's doing a great job, so, or that we've just,
Either confused everybody or.
no, I actually think you've laid out a really feasible plan, but I just want to make sure. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah.
He's like, Greg, don't do it.
Mr. Phipps?
With respect to Envision My Ride, I know that's been a focus for quite a while now. So what's the next step in that? Is it a funding step that's needed there? You know, I thought a lot of that work was done in terms of research, vetting with the community, getting feedback. It was a pretty elaborate effort. So what's next for something like Envision My Ride?
That's a good question, and I can't answer that. Maybe the manager can.
All right, Mr. Jones?
That in itself is a good question.
So, Councilmember Phipps, yes, it is a funding issue. So John Lewis could implement Envision My Ride over time. You're talking about an investment in additional buses, and you're talking about an investment in additional individuals to operate those buses. And right now, there's not a revenue stream to accelerate Envision My Ride. You're right, the plan has been done. Now it's how do you fund it?
So I don't know what, I'm at a loss as to how much we were talking about to implement the plan, but I'm wondering, because I thought at one point this plan was moving right along, and then we decided to upgrade our bus system with electric buses or whatever. And I know those come at quite more of an expense than regular buses, but is it fair to say that some of the funding that could have gone to that was used by that?
Well, can I frame it a different way? Yeah. So CATS has evolved, and I would say over the last couple of years, there was discussion about the cost of electric buses versus diesel or hybrid, and the cost of electric buses were more. But when you start to think about of the total life of the vehicle, the maintenance is less. So over time, there's this crossing point. There's a pilot that is beginning now in which we have a number of electric buses, and I believe it's from 2 different vendors, maybe 3. And we're going to be able to, with this pilot that also has Duke as a part of it, we're going to be able to test these buses over the course of a couple of years. And as John is doing replacements, he is considering electric buses. So, but I think the bigger point is this. It's not as much an issue with buying the buses. It is the annual personnel costs that you would have to have in order to operate the buses. That's it. And that's not insignificant. So we'll go after every grant that's out there. We'll match as high as we can to be successful in those grants. But right now, it's more of an annual cost for people to actually operate the buses, the new buses that come on.
Mr. Winston, followed by Mr. Driggs.
So, Mr. Jones, are you saying that the biggest handicap for us expanding or implementing Envision Our Rides and therefore improving our bus system is figuring out how to pay for more bus drivers? Is that what I've just heard?
Yes, absolutely. There's an ongoing cost, and I didn't think that we would get into this tonight, but even if you think about what we're doing with Connect Beyond and the portion of that that's in Mecklenburg County proper, the funding for that has been discussed also includes funding Envision My Ride. It's the first thing that would occur in terms of utilizing any increase in revenue. It would help our bus system. So yes, we can go after grants all day long and get buses and be successful with that. But ultimately, you're looking at $30 to $40 million annually in terms of personnel to operate these new buses, to give us more frequencies and more routes.
And Envision, I want to make sure Envision My Ride has the more efficient routes that's more reliable and faster. So it would be meeting the Envision My Ride standard of 15 minutes time to get around and reducing the travel time across the city. So
I feel like that should certainly be a priority area for city council, but that's just this council member to figure that out. That's I feel like that's the first time I've heard the problem kind of parsed out like that to provide a, I know Mayor Pro Tem always asks this, how do we, how do we get, a better bus system? And I feel like that's the first I've heard it so succinctly. And I'd like for TAP and therefore the larger council to kind of figure that out. Is that part of the whole transformational mobility network and we just haven't gotten those numbers parsed out?
yes.
yet?
Yeah, so again, I didn't think we were going there tonight, but yes, some of the network deals with those routes, or better yet, whether it's rail, light rail, commuter rail, or a streetcar, right? And so all of those additional routes that are being designed, but also it includes an enhanced bus service, bus rapid transit. It includes new technologies that we can be more efficient, as well as transportation components that are streets, sidewalks, bike paths, greenways, roads, in all of the jurisdictions in Mecklenburg County.
Mr. Winston, any other? Okay. Mr. Driggs?
I just wanted to clarify, we've been told for some time that the operating costs related to the improvements in the bus system were in that $30 to $40 million range, and we were also told that the capital cost was 100 plus, around 100. I think what this conversation highlights is exactly what the Mayor Pro Tem alluded to before, which is a little bit of confusion about the strategic mobility plan versus the TMN, because the strategic mobility plan is meant to be effective essentially regardless of that funding. It is meant to be policies, as was explained to us not long ago, policies around mobility, walkability, things like that, that are not dependent on the financing. And we have segregated, I think, the question of financing, which is basically the sales tax, into the TMN, and that is being handled by the CRBA. So I think it's important that we think about what our capacity is within existing resources, capital resources within the capacity of CATS on one level, and then be clear about what we're talking about that would be dependent on a new revenue stream. And Mr. Manager, I don't know if there are any other revenue streams that you have in mind, or are we in fact talking about getting a sales tax?
Yes, so if we go back to, I guess, almost a year ago, I was charged with the mayor and council with taking a look at, I guess, what we're calling the TMN now, and find a funding resource for it, as well as a legislative strategy for it. So in terms of the funding resource, what we have been focusing on is the sales tax.
Right. So I think the only question in terms of what we're talking about now is we don't know what the timeline is for the sales tax and so on, and what the outcome is going to be of that, frankly. I think we need to focus on bus service improvements that we can strive for nearer term, like the ones that we talked about in the context of our prior funding capacities, and try to get this working, because that's a near-term need. It's critical. They have that flexibility and mobility. And by the way, the other thing that we did learn in the past was the electric buses cost $900,000 or something like that, but then you get a lot of that back through the operating expenses. So to that extent, it could be mainly about capital costs, like buying the buses and hoping that you save enough in operating expenses to deflect some of the costs. But I think we're just a little fuzzy at this point about what we plan to do in the context of the TMN versus what we think we can accomplish while we wait for the TMN. Thank you.
If I can make a comment to that as well, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please. And we'll follow up with Ms. Ajmira.
Sure. So the TMN, as Mr. Driggs just said, is how do we pay for it, right? What's going to be the revenue stream that gets us there? The transit system plan is, I think within that is an opportunity to say, in the meantime, let's look at Envision My Ride. How far have we come? Where is ridership? We know it was down during COVID, but it was down before COVID as well. And I've talked to you about this, Madam Mayor, and to the manager, that I think the full council needs to understand, why was bus ridership down? If it's because of inefficiencies, if it's because, for whatever the reasons, we need to know that, because in order to get to the TMN, we need to give people faith that we understand our bus system and what its deficiencies are, and whether that's a funding issue or if it's an operational issue. We need to know why the real-time app doesn't work. I'm starting to get messages a lot more frequently from riders who are saying, I've got the app, it didn't come. I just forwarded a message to the manager today about, and I think a few of us got this, about somebody who said, I stood at the light rail platform, the train didn't come. It said it was going to come. And I think there's a lot there that we've got to get some answers to in TAP that have to do with our existing bus system, where we are in Envision My Ride, and how it's going. Because if we ask people, it's going to come through some form of a tax, right, to invest in our bus system, which we have to do because it's the spine of a good public transportation system, is to have a great bus system. If we ask people to support that, we need to be able to say, it's going to work for you, and you're going to be able to get to work on time or wherever you need to go. So I do think there's an important piece of this, because right now it's out of our hands as to how we're going to fund it. We don't know. We don't have the answer yet, but we got to make what we have work well for people.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, so I agree with Mayor Pro Tem here. That there is a lot to unpack here. We have to get to the root of the issue with the reduction in ridership. I read the other day an article in Niner Times student newspaper, and it lays out issues with our bus system, not arriving in time, litter issue. There are a lot of issues, and I had forwarded some of these concerns as soon as I read that article to the department head. But yeah, there is a lot that we need to unpack. But from what I gather is this is an operational funding issue that we got to tackle. Less about capital, but really about operational funding, and that's not going to be addressed with the budget that we have right now unless there is another property tax increase or sales tax increase or something. But But, we are not going to solve this at this meeting, but we just need to have a discussion, just one session on our transportation system, specifically our buses. Thank you.
Mr. Jones wanted to comment on that one.
Okay, yep, I'd like to, there are two issues out there. One is the future of our bus system, which I'll address secondly, but the first one is the current situation. So Solid Waste Services has done a tremendous job through this pandemic, and we've had some glitches along the way. But I believe because we have been very good in explaining the challenges, you've given us grace. So what I've done is I've asked the team, Brent Cagle, Jason Snyder, and other folks to work with CATS to make sure we understand what the issue is in terms of what's happening today. A lot of it is we don't have drivers every day. It's a pandemic and people are not available for us. And sure, there's sometimes that you get an email that an app didn't work, and sometimes we explain it to you that maybe it wasn't the way that it was revealed to you. I'm not saying that we don't have a problem. I agree with you. Let's unpack it. But we haven't focused on telling you exactly what is causing concern on the current system. I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's very difficult to sell, give me more of something that you may believe isn't really working right now. But the first thing is to try to make sure that we share with you what are the issues in the current system, fix those. And then there's a separate issue about expanding the system. And thank you, Mr. Driggs. It is, as we go past, the first 4 or 5 years of this, the operational costs will exceed $40 million. But the point being is two issues. Give us a chance to tell you everything that's going on with the system. And then there has to be enough confidence in the system so that we can expand it. I just didn't want folks to believe that we don't have some operational issues in terms of just personnel every day that come to work to drive buses.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Mr. Jones, is there a page on the website where someone could take a look at and see all of these abbreviation and all of these plans together? Like, if you look at this, there's about 6 plans, and we're talking about them. And when we talk about public engagement, how is the public supposed to follow what's what? You'd almost think, oh, the comprehensive plan, that's going to be the plan that has everything, but it's not. That's separate than the transportation plan. So is there a web page or a page that users can go to that it's truly a comprehensive page, at least, that links people to these different plans and how they connect?
So I don't believe that we do. I believe it's parceled out. But what I'll do is check with the team. I won't call Liz Babson in, who's in the back room. She probably can explain it a lot better than I can. But a part of what we are doing is trying to show how these plans actually work together.
Right.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Phipps, I'm sorry, Mr. Phipps?
Oh, I thought you raised his hand first. Okay.
No, he's.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question about the Gold Line Phase 3. I know it was good that we were able to get the Gold Line Phase 2 operational, but I guess since its inception, it has been met with some less than flattering performance metrics. So I'm wondering if given that, would that more or less reflect on the viability of a future Phase 3?
So the Goal Line Phase 3, there's a couple things, and Mr. Newton can attest to this. We had a bus pilot that we ran to try to give us information about what would be the viability of the Goal Line Phase 3. In other words, is this something that would operate within traffic? Would it have its own dedicated lane? So there are funds set aside to refresh the third phase of the Goal Line to see whether it is or how feasible it is. One thing that's important, and I may be a little bit off, but I don't know, from beginning to end, you could be talking about 20 miles of a streetcar. And one of the things that you're judged on is that is somebody in a car, can they get to the end of the line faster than the streetcar can? And there's a question with that about whether that is actually doable, because the streetcar potentially could be in the traffic the entire time. So that's what happens when you refresh this. We do have funds set aside. It'll eventually come to council to go forward to do the refresh on the viability of Phase 3.
All right. Mr. Driggs, followed by Mr. Winston.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Winston.
I was just going to say to Ms. Johnson's point, that is something that actually came up in the last TAP committee meeting as it relates to the different plans and then to the different planning processes. So one of the suggestions was, I think we do have a communication problem in being able to kind of visually show where these pieces fit together. So I think staff, out of the last conversation, I think they're looking to figure out some type of flow chart or some type of a graphic visual that does help us kind of see exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think this has been a really good discussion, particularly around what our goals are for our bus system. But of all of the things that we do, we know that the idea of how do we pay for them, that answer is not there, and we've got to figure out some way to accomplish that. And I would hope that we continue this discussion, always having this one. This one is probably one of the most robust we've had in a while, and I think that there'll be other opportunities, perhaps by March, to even have more details and ready to go. Mr. Jones has made a commitment to go back and look at the Envision My Ride, make sure that people understand what the projected funding is, and also to go back and take a look at some of the operational issues that we have not been able to really talk about openly or consistently among everyone. I think there have been some concerns by different council members, but getting those all together and coming so that they come back as a package, and you can see how the impact of what we're doing now, how it impacts our reputation with our buses now, but also how it impacts what we have to do to change and do more work, particularly around some of the bus methodologies that we're talking about. So with that, that is our last committee report. I'm sorry, I didn't ask the question whether or not, when you look at the schedule and see what's there, in addition to what Mr. Jones is doing, that's probably more informational around bus system or the bus system, you can see the other issues that have been outlined. Any questions or changes on the plan from TAP? Okay. Hearing none, that's the completion of all of our council committee reports and all of our dialogue and conversation. I hope it was something that merits the time and your attention. And we'll keep refining. Any comments or suggestions you have for making it better, different, please just email me or text me anything that you'd like to have. So we have two items to cover with the team tonight as we prioritize the council discussion first. Mr. Jones, I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you which one you'd like to address first.
So, thank you, Mayor, members of council. And again, we're trying to learn your love language and make sure that we give you information. So hopefully hopefully the pre-reads were helpful.
They were. They were
in your
good.
packet. And so Sean is going to attempt two, I guess, presentations tonight. One, we'll start off with the housing initiatives in the 2022 look ahead and some recommendations. And I don't know how Sean will do this one, but the meat of it is last June, we spoke with you about city-owned land that could be used for affordable housing. And so we are excited to come back tonight with some proposals that we believe will be consistent with some of the council's priorities over the last few years. And then, if time permits, Sean he began a discussion about other COVID-19 federal stimulus funds that were teed up for potential discussion with council. We touched on a number of them last time. I think we didn't get to the community vitality piece, but that would be what we're attempting to do. And again, you've had some pre-reads, and Sean and I had a little pregame in the back room, and he will try to go through this in such a way that you get the information, but also it may be a little bit of a Reader's Digest version. Okay? With it.
Thank you. Yes, I'll do my best to go at 1.5 playback speed here for everyone.
Great. Go next slide.
Next slide, please. As Manager Jones mentioned tonight, as it relates to housing, three objectives. First, an exceptionally quick look back over the last few years, just one slide of content there for a bit of orientation. Move into a 2022 look ahead. Very full agenda as it relates to housing initiatives, a number of things that will be coming to council over the months ahead. So just want to give you a quick preview of what that calendar looks like. And then finish off with a little bit of a deeper dive into some preliminary recommendations related to the 6 city-owned properties that were included in the affordable housing RFP. Next slide, please. Just a quick reflection on the last few years, and I know I'm preaching to the choir a bit on this one, but if you go back to 2018 and think about the bold vision that was put in place around accelerating and expanding the city's commitment to affordable housing, and how that then grew into a significant increase in available funding through a step up of the Housing Trust Fund from $15 million to $50 million in the 2018 bond, and then of course the call to action to the private sector and the local foundation community, which they responded to with a $50 million match through the Charlotte Housing Opportunity Investment Fund, providing a lot of additional resources for this community to grapple with affordable housing challenges. That of course grew into a lot of work to develop a robust suite of policies by the City of Charlotte with the Housing Charlotte Framework, guidelines related to naturally occurable affordable housing, guidelines related to the location of affordable housing, guidelines related to the evaluation and disposition of city-owned land for various purposes, including affordable housing. And then finally, a number of things under your leadership that I would put underneath of an innovative programming umbrella. So for example, the program related to acquisition, rehab, and resale that was put in place in 2020. And then more recently, over the last 18 months, the pilot that you did around the NOAA rental subsidy program, which gets to Councilmember Johnson, the point you made earlier about what are the things that the City of Charlotte can do to get more vouchers into the marketplace. So with that particular program, obviously, we're off to a good start with 4 developments that are included in that portfolio. Before I leave this slide, just a quick reference to the call out box at the upper right-hand corner here. When you take into account the 2018 and 2020 bond cycles, 100 million in bonds in total, of course, 87% of which has been allocated. And for those 2 cycles alone, we're approaching 5,000 units that have received gap financing. And it's interesting, when you look back over the last 20 years since the Housing Trust Fund was created here, 40% of the units in total that have been financed have occurred since the 2018 bond went up to $50 million. So tremendous amount of traction there. And that's really the point that I wanted to leave with on this slide. as we transition into a conversation about 2022 and what's ahead of us, not wanting to sugarcoat the realities that we're faced with, and certainly staff understands we have significant affordable housing challenges in front of us, but I believe we go about that work with a real sense of momentum that we can build on. Next slide, please. So this gives you a visual of what's coming. And as I mentioned before, it's a full agenda this year. There's a slide on each one of these, so I'll just very quickly hit the high points to get us oriented. City-owned land RFP will have the deeper dive conversation this evening related to the 6 properties that were included in that. HUD home funding allocation and RFP, we've discussed that at multiple previous council discussions. That was the $11.6 million of ARPA funding that came to the city of Charlotte with a fairly narrow set of eligible uses. So I'll provide a little more color commentary on that in the presentation. Housing Trust Fund RFP, which is open right now. We'll talk a little bit about that and where we're headed. Staying in place and the Nest Commission have already been referenced in conversation this evening. Those two really go hand in hand here. Obviously, all of the work that we're doing focused on supporting residents that may be vulnerable to involuntary displacement. Looking out to November with the housing bond referendum. And then finally, there was reference earlier this evening to the 2025 Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing and Homelessness Strategy, which has been rebranded as a Home for All. So I'll start using that term going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the Housing Trust Fund, if you think back to the September conversation with Housing Director Pam Weidman, the City Council approved about $23 million in Housing Trust Fund allocations in September. So that left us with a balance of $9.4 million. So I'm not making news with that number tonight, but of course, my first impression, and maybe your first impression when you see the number on the slide is, I wish it was bigger. You know, I wish we had more money to work with. But I believe it's fair to say that the flip side of the coin there is the fact that we, quote unquote, only have $9.4 million left in the fund at this phase before the next bond cycle is really a testament to the success of the program, a demonstration of the quality of the proposals that we've received from the development community over the last couple years. So if the name of the game is bring as many affordable housing units online as we possibly can, with an eye on AMI mix, with an eye on location, with an eye on home ownership opportunities with Housing Trust Fund dollars where possible. Those are just the sorts of things that you've been looking at through the RFP process with the Housing Trust Fund over the last few years. So we released the most recent RFP just not that long ago on January 25th. Responses are due on February 18th. And then as is typical with our cycle, we'll be back in April with recommendations. And of course, this will be a very, very competitive round given the amount of money that's available this cycle. And I also should mention that with the Charlotte Housing Opportunity Investment Fund that's administered by LISC, they have successfully programmed their CHOIF Round 1 funds of roughly $50 million. And they're in the process of a fundraising campaign to recapitalize for CHOIF Round 2 with a target of $50 million, which they hope to complete by the end of the first quarter, fundraising that is. So they will not be by our side as they've typically been in previous cycles on the RFP, but they're doing all the work that they can, Ralphine and her team, to position them to have available resources as we look to future RFPs. Next slide, please. Thank you. This is the $11.6 million that I've mentioned before, and we discussed this at length on December 6th and then a little bit on January 24th. So in the interest of time, I'll cut to the chase here. For the $11.6 million, $2 million was approved by council for use at the Charlotte Rescue Mission with the expansion project that they have on the drawing board there. The remaining $9.6 million was approved by council in early December for us to take the next step associated with an RFP to put that out to the market and see what great ideas the market has associated with that. That RFP just closed on January 28th. I'm told we got 12 or 13 responses, and the team will go through the evaluation process, and then in the March timeframe, we'll be back in front of council with our recommendations associated with that RFP. Next slide, please. Neighborhood stabilization, and this is one where the team, we've talked a lot about wording and terminology because neighborhood stabilization, staying in place, NEST, anti-displacement, gentrification mitigation, all of those things fall under the umbrella that here we're referring to as neighborhood stabilization. And really what we wanted to emphasize here is a few things. First, as we think about all of the strategies that could emerge through this work, staying in place, the NEST Commission, it's helpful to know that there will be resources available to support the work. And as I had mentioned in the January 24th presentation, we have about $8.5 million of PAYGO. A little bit of it is a carry forward from FY21. The rest of it is FY22. And then with ARPA Phase 1, there's the $17 million that's been staged for design work as it relates to supporting anti-displacement efforts. As you know, and as we'll talk about later, the only way we start to spend any of that $17 million is through discussion with council and ultimately through a vote. So there's money that's been staged. In terms of where are we at with the staying in place pilot, I would quickly go back to the summer of 2021 where we had a conversation about the displacement dashboard and the work that was done to really leverage data to identify particular geographies in the city of Charlotte that are vulnerable to displacement. So through that work, the 3 neighborhoods were identified for the pilot: Hidden Valley, Washington Heights, and Winterfield. So with that in mind, then in the October timeframe, we released a survey to residents in those 3 communities. Those responses came in during the latter part of calendar year 2021, and we've then really moved into, and where we're at now is more on engagement. So we've met with community leaders in each of the neighborhoods. I haven't been personally involved in those conversations yet, but in each instance, there's either a neighborhood association or a community development corporation or both. And we have a cross-functional team that's involved in this work and includes folks from housing and the city manager's office and the economic development team. Julia Martin and Cherry Smith have been really helpful as it relates to the neighborhood engagement piece. So to date, it's been really conversations with those community leaders, which will then need to grow into more of like a kickoff meeting at the community level, where we'll share the survey results that we received last year. We'll have, Councilmember Johnson, to your point earlier, that will be an opportune time to talk about what's happening on the ground in a particular neighborhood. And I'm vaguely familiar with the development that you had mentioned, and I don't know enough about it to know if it could trigger some involuntary displacement, but it's just the sort of thing that we ought to be talking about with neighborhood leaders. So appreciate you bringing that up. Once we've had those kickoff meetings at the neighborhood level, then that will translate into discussions more at the household level. And one thing I'd like to reinforce, not to diminish any excitement around this, but just the reality of where we're at. This is a pilot program at this point. So at this phase, we're really talking about engaging dozens of households across these neighborhoods. There are clearly thousands of households when you add up all 3 neighborhoods. And I don't want to leave anybody under the impression that in this phase of work, we're engaging thousands of households or even hundreds of households. We're really starting with the survey respondents, knowing that they have a particular interest in this issue. We're starting with the neighborhood leaders, knowing they have a vested interest in all of these issues. And ultimately, what we'd like to do is put ourselves in a position where we have conversations at the household level, and they're helping us understand what are the specific factors for a particular household that may make them vulnerable to displacement. And what, if any, existing city programs do we have to offer already in the toolbox? Where are the gaps? What are the things that we should consider offering in the future? And importantly, where are the opportunities for us to partner with other agencies in the community? Because we might find that certain households need help with financial planning or with job training, or maybe it's human services needs that they have. But that's really where the rubber hits the road here, is us having conversations at the household level to really understand what their needs are and what the risks are for them as it relates to displacement. The NEST Commission, as was referenced earlier tonight, has its first meeting on February 10th, and that is chaired by former Council Member Harlow, as well as Kim Graham from the Greater Charlotte Neighborhood Association. So as this work continues to pick up steam and gain traction, we will continue to inject that into the Great Neighborhoods conversation on a very frequent basis, and then cycle back to council as well. Next slide, please. This makes reference to really its source of income protection. It's titled rental subsidies, but here we have two things from 2021 that we're now merging into one. First, of course, the mayor announced the formation of the Source of Income Ad Hoc Advisory Committee in April of 21, and that committee was chaired by Mark Etheridge from Ascent Real Estate, along with Kim Graham from Greater Charlotte Apartment Association. So they met during the May to December timeframe. Within their advisory committee, they discussed their preliminary recommendations in December. They're fine-tuning those recommendations. And as Councilmember Watlington mentioned earlier, we will have those two co-chairs come into the late February Great Neighborhoods Committee to provide a report out on the recommendations and allow the committee to ask questions and provide feedback. In parallel to that, last year, in the February timeframe, Council directed staff to create a policy requiring acceptance of rental subsidies in all city-supported housing. There was a conversation on that topic at the committee level in August of 21. It was a good discussion, but that work was paused momentarily because we wanted to provide the Source of Income Ad Hoc Advisory Committee an opportunity to get through their work because these two topics are so intertwined. So as Councilmember Watlington mentioned earlier, February is when we receive information from the advisory committee, putting us in a position to have more of a policy-focused discussion at the March committee meeting for Great Neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This is the A Home for All reference. And just to quickly remind everybody where we're at on this work. So this is the work that was really spearheaded by Center City Partners with Gene Woods from Atrium and Kathy Bassant from Bank of America serving as co-chairs. You may remember there was a report out in the September timeframe of 2021 from Mr. Woods and from Pam Weidman providing a status report. The way this work has been structured is in a two-phase deliverable approach. So in late January, phase one, which is referred to as the strategic framework, was released. And the strategic framework really articulates the vision, which is shown here, a 5-year plan to better position Charlotte-Mecklenburg as a community where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. It frames the problem. It reflects a lot of analysis around the homelessness-related issues in this community, housing instability, given the linkage between housing instability and homelessness. And it provides a window into what I would refer to as a menu of recommendations. So the work was done by different work streams. One work stream was focused on prevention of homelessness. Another was focused on affordable housing. Another on emergency shelters, for example. And each of those work streams developed what I would refer to as preliminary recommendations. It's a really good menu of options based on analysis, based on a lot of community feedback. But now the real hard work begins. The strategic framework does not include a set of discrete, actionable initiatives. It does not include funding recommendations and potential funding sources. So now the work is converting from the strategic framework into what's being referred to as the implementation planning phase. City of Charlotte had a number of staff members that were involved in the first phase of work. I'll be directly involved, and others will be directly involved in the second phase of work. And the implementation plan, which would be the culmination of everything, the final report, would probably be in the fall of 2022 timeframe. So from a staff perspective, as I said before, we'll be involved in it. We'll be very engaged in shaping it where we can. And at some point when it's appropriate and we have a better sense for what are the local policy levers that are included in that discussion, that's when we'll need to find the right way and the right time to have those discussions at the committee level and or full council as we get into the year far enough where we're in a position to really have a meaningful conversation on that. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we're pivoting into the.
Can I
yeah,
do
please.
this? I think that it might be good to have this discussion on these strategies first. I know that some council members have indicated they had some questions before. So if that's okay, because when we move into this, we're more into the capital side. So Ms. Watlington and Mr. Graham.
Thank you. And apologize in advance, Sean. I could have asked you this 100 times before just now, so I do apologize for that. You've been doing a phenomenal job, and I appreciate how you have been very communicative and on top of things. So I just want to
Thank you.
acknowledge that you have rolled into this work quite nicely. I did have a couple questions on Nest, and maybe not even, well, yeah, it'll be a question. We talked a lot about the stakeholders, the folks in the communities, and as I think about what does it mean to stabilize a neighborhood, even as we move into new generations, we know that there's an element of turnover just from natural attrition, right? And so we talked about the people who currently live in the neighborhood, and we know that particularly for the neighborhoods that are vulnerable, where the residents are vulnerable to displacement, there's a high rental rate. So can you talk a little bit about how property owners are going to be engaged at a household level?
As it pertains to Nest? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's the kind of question that we haven't really had a chance to dive into yet.
Okay, well then I'll just say it that way. Then I'd love to see us engage property owners.
At this point, we've had an initial conversation with the co-chairs, and we've really talked about framing the initial conversation as an orientation, recognizing that members of the Nest Commission won't want to spend too long on presentations from staff about the current state. But we do need to all get oriented and grounded coming out of the gates, and part of that will be defining scope going forward. Manager Jones?
Mr. Jones, yes.
So, Sean, I think there's a second question, and that is the same question that she asked, but how does that apply to the pilot staying in place? Because you do have more interaction with the community with that than you do with Nest right now.
Yes, thank you. Yes, as you mentioned, the whole idea with staying in place is for, first it started off as data informed to identify where to start the work, and now it's intended to really move into stakeholder and community informed. So what our hope is that we're moving fast enough, and we need to accelerate this on the staying in place work, that what we're learning and finding there can be brought into the Nest conversation, because these two clearly go hand in hand. And I think one of the biggest areas of emphasis early on with the Nest Commission will be having a conversation on how to come to some agreement around scope, because it's an area, at least at the staff level, where we have really good conversations, and we find ourselves, by the time we're done with the conversation, we're like a half step away from world peace, because there's so many different things that you can attach to this particular area. So part of it is just reflecting back on what was it that really gave birth to Nest in the first place. So that's why in the initial meeting there'll be some of a conversation on the 2040 plan, because I think ultimately for this work to be successful at the neighborhood level will be for us to have a very intentional view of what are the specific drivers that allow us to get as targeted as possible as it relates to identifying and supporting individuals that are potentially vulnerable to anti-displacement, that are vulnerable to displacement.
Thank you for that. You said something that brings up my second point. As we're defining scope for staying in place in the Nest Commission, how we're ascertaining what is really needing to be targeted in terms of the work. When it comes to policy and really understanding what's out there that is existing and any metrics that are available that can really tie the outcomes of what we're trying to do to the work, I think that has got to be input, and I know Rebecca's probably all over this already, but that's got to be input into the scope, because what I don't want us to do is choose our scope without that policy focus, because if we want to get the biggest bang for our buck, I would love to see us start there. Thanks.
Understood.
All right, Mr. Graham, followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Sean, thank you for the presentation thus far. Last year, we set aside, I think, $3 million for Brook Hill. Have we revisited that in terms of, one, where they are with that, and secondly, at what point are we going to kind of call the question?
Yes. So in October 2020, the $3 million was set aside for Brook Hill. And my sense is, and I just talked to the team about this over the last day, there hasn't really been any movement, because you'll recall that the way it was structured in October of 2020 for the Housing Trust Fund conversation around Brook Hill was that we would set this aside, but with certain contingencies. related to their ability to pull together a viable financing plan. And that once those conditions had been met, then there would need to be a reapplication to the Housing Trust Fund. So I'm not aware that there's been any movement on that. Of course, with the Housing Trust Fund RFP open right now, we'll know definitively in not that long where things stand. But I do think that we will need to have a conversation about that $3 million to evaluate what is the best next step, what is the appropriate next step.
Yeah, I think we should sooner than later. Kind of call a question on that, and that leads to the second question is I don't think it's a $3 million surplus. I'm getting ready to spend it now, right? How do we help the people that's still there that are going to need some type of relocation sooner or later?
Yes.
That's not a question you have to answer today, but it's
okay, I can give
more complicated than just
It is very
pulling
complicated.
the money back, right? So.
The one thing, if I may, I would mention on that is that we partnered with the United Way and really commissioned a community needs assessment related to the Brook Hill community. So the United Way and the UNC Charlotte Urban Institute recently completed that work. We're in the process of summarizing the report in order to share with council in the very near future. So that was a very community-driven needs assessment. I think there are roughly 120 residences right now in Brook Hill, and the emphasis was to understand, in the event of a redevelopment of that community, what are the things that residents would most need, whether it be assistance with moving costs, assistance with down payments, security deposits, et cetera. And then with that in mind, looking for opportunities where we could initiate and hopefully think ahead and support individuals sooner rather than later, rather than waiting until the 11th hour when a redevelopment is imminent. Let's start getting things moving as quickly as we can. So that work is underway.
Well, I hope that we can wrap this up in April when we approve the applications, and by that time, he's been given 2 years. I'm not sure what more we can do.
Okay. All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A great presentation, Sean. This truly shows a comprehensive view of what has been done by council to tackle affordable housing crisis. Considering that how significant this challenge is, it's still a drop in the ocean, but certainly we made great progress. My question is in regards to staying in place pilot program. Is this similar to aging in place program we had a couple of years ago? Or there were other programs we had to help families with one-time fixed expenses, capital expenses, for an example, a plumbing issue or something that was so significant that would displace people because these are one-time big expenses. So I just wanted to understand where we are with those programs. I remember there were a couple of families that had applied for this program a few years ago when I was a District 5 council member, and they were able to stay in place because the program was able to cover these expenses one time. So if you could just give us more information on that.
Yes, and I believe that this is separate and distinct from aging in place, but what is directly related is your reference to either what would be our safe home rehab program and or our emergency repair program. And the distinction there is emergency repair is really meant for just that. If there's something that happens to a critical system in a home, so if it's the wintertime and the heating system goes out, and or if a tree were to fall on someone's house, something that really creates imminent danger for the resident, then if they're income eligible, they can pursue the emergency repair program. Whereas the safe home program or home rehab program is really focused on instances where a house may not be up to code. And there would be an assessment done to evaluate what are the things that the city of Charlotte could do for an income eligible resident to get the house back up to code. So safe home rehab would be just a perfect example of the type of thing in conversations with residents in these 3 pilot geographies that we would evaluate. Would one of these existing programs be a good fit for them in order to mitigate the risk of displacement? So there is a synergy in terms of these programs that are already in our toolbox that we'd like to look for opportunities to deploy in the pilot geographies, but then also see where the gaps are.
Got it. So to follow up on that.
And Ms. Ajmira, Mr. Jones wanted to comment too as well.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. And so I have to apologize to Sean because Sean and his team have a sample of tools in the toolbox that we believe that could help us in terms of us staying in place. However, we did not want to get out in front of the Nest Commission. We'd like to at least talk with them about many of the tools in the toolbox. But shortly thereafter, being able to go back to the Great Neighborhoods Committee, the Nest Commission, we believe that there's an opportunity to come to this body with a pilot based on the data from the 3 areas that we could really implement that could help people stay in their homes. We just have so many different bodies that are working on the same thing.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Yeah, so I'll wait for neighborhood committees to provide their recommendation. I just wanted to make sure some of these programs that are already in place, like rehab program or SAFE program, do they still have enough funding in those programs? Because I know it gets oversubscribed. I mean, many of these programs. I'm just trying to understand where the funding is for some of these existing programs.
Yes, and Manager Jones alluded to some of this because what we're in the process of doing is trying to identify where do we see potential funding needs as we embark on a strategy to up our game in the Staying in Place pilot, for example. So with the emergency repair program, there could be, generally we put, I believe, about $250,000 into that program each year. I think right now the way the program is designed that an individual would be eligible for up to $7,000 if there's an event that occurs. So, you know, we want to look at program design. Are there opportunities to increase funding? Are there opportunities possibly to increase the caps associated with those? In other instances, Councilmember Ajmira, it may not be the program funding, but there could be capacity constraints that we have either at the staff level or in the contractor market, because it can be a challenge sometimes if we've identified a project in need to ensure that we've got access to contractors to do the home rehab work in a timely fashion. So those are just the sorts of things that we're trying to look through, because as the Nest Commission and as the Staying in Place pilot identifies specific opportunities for us to either accelerate or expand existing programs and or create new programs, we need to ensure that we've got the staff resources, the third-party contractor resources, and just the program funding to pull some of this stuff off.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira, if you're...
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. So now we'll move, Mr. Phipps.
Yeah. With regard to the Staying in Place program, is that exclusively for owner-occupied owners as opposed to renters? Because you say these are neighborhoods that have a high rental composition. So it would stand to reason that the opportunities available for those homeowners there, I don't know what the balance would be, but are these programs going to be specifically for owner-occupied residents?
Right now, everything that we've contemplated is really looking at the whole what I would call like the whole neighborhood in terms of, and not in a literal way, in terms of all the households, but an individual could be vulnerable to displacement for a number of reasons. Maybe the landlord is going to sell the property, maybe the rent's going up, maybe the property tax bill is going up, whatever the case may be. You know, at this point, we haven't carved anything out and said this would be out of scope.
Okay, so it's conceivable then that you could have a landlord that would be the beneficiary of some of these services?
Well, I mean, ultimately, what we're trying to do is help individuals, whether they're renting or whether they're homeowners, who are experiencing pressure. And that's the purpose of the pilot, is to really better understand what is it about you as a particular renter or homeowner that's putting pressure on you.
Okay, well, my final question is, do we have any hard metrics on the degree of displacement in any of these three neighborhoods?
Well, what we do have, and I don't have the data dashboard here to pull up today, but there were a number of criteria that were relied upon to evaluate based on income levels and other factors which neighborhoods in the city of Charlotte would be more likely to experience displacement than others. So we do have that data, and embedded in that we may have a sense for the degree of displacement that's occurred. I'm not sure, but I can look into that.
Okay. Ms. Johnson? Get the other one right there. Thank you, Billy.
I was just going to piggyback off what Councilmember Phipps said. If we wanted some hard evidence, we might look at property sales in those neighborhoods, because that's one of the reasons for displacement is the increase in property taxes. So if you look at the prior year property sales, that might give you an idea on what the risk of displacement might be, or if the property tax is increased. And I just want to say that, and I've already spoken to the manager about this, but there's a petition right now that's pending in Hidden Valley, and it's for 20 townhomes. And it's something that we need to consider, and I hope that you put that petition number in front of the next committee, because this is an opportunity to apply some practical solutions, because neighborhood improvement can be a great thing, and it can be a benefit for homeowners when your property value increases. The challenge is when their taxes go up and they cannot afford it. So this is an absolute opportunity to apply some of these solutions to that area, because I think this petition has the potential to have a domino effect, and it's what we talk about, gentrification and anti-displacement. So I just think that this is a very, very significant development in Hidden Valley, and I hope that we can apply some of these tools for the residents.
And this is on Wellingford Road, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And their community meeting is on the 10th, that evening, the same day as the Nest meeting.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to leveraging city-owned land for affordable housing.
All right. So this is really a continuation of a conversation that was started in June of last year. An Assistant City Manager Cagle and Housing Director Weidman walked through the process to identify what ultimately became 6 properties that were included in the RFP. So quickly here, just to reinforce that the notion of leveraging city-owned land for affordable housing is consistent with the policy framework in place today through both Housing Charlotte, which identifies use of city and or county-owned property for affordable housing as a smart strategy, and then also, of course, through the guidelines related to the evaluation and disposition of city-owned land. And I didn't include the slide from last June, but there was a good slide that had a funnel, and it was a nice visual because it made the point that there's a periodic exercise that's led by real estate in partnership with other departments across the city to identify the portfolio of city-owned land and narrow that down to properties that are underutilized and unused, and then from there start to narrow it down to, given all the possible uses that we could have, whether it be public safety or economic development, which are the ones that staff at a cross-functional level believes would be suitable for affordable housing. So the 6 that were ultimately included in the RFP went through a very intentional process to be identified, and I didn't want to lose sight of that because we're about to start jumping into some specifics. Next slide, please. This is identical as well to the conversation from June of last year. These are the 6 properties that were identified. Newland Road, just across 77, not far from here in the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. Providence Road West down in Ballantyne, adjacent to the CMPD South Station, South Boulevard, particular site that was donated to the city of Charlotte, and it's near the Arrowwood Light Rail Station, and then University City Boulevard, which is near the 2949 intersection. Wendover Road and Archdale Drive are shown here in italics for different reasons. We did not receive any proposals for the Archdale Drive location. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. For Wendover Road, what we received is still under evaluation by staff, so we're not in a position tonight to make recommendations, but we believe that there's still hope that we can move that forward in this particular RFP cycle. Next slide, please. This quickly is just a reminder on the timeline. The RFP for those 6 locations was released in November of 2021 with the deadline of December. We went through an evaluation process over the last month or so. Tonight we're here to share what I would refer to as preliminary recommendations, and then moving forward into mid-February and beyond. What we've contemplated here, and we'll talk a little bit more about this at the very end of the presentation, is a 2-step process whereby we first seek affirmation from you, seeking authority for the city manager to move forward in the negotiations and authorizing us to work with the developers on the specific plans. But then the formal and final vote around land conveyance and the final resolutions would be at a later point in time. So I'll provide a little more commentary on exactly what that means as we go through here. Next slide, please. Just a bit of a reminder that the way the RFP was structured is very consistent with the types of things that you would expect to see in terms of what is being referred to here as development strength. We care deeply about the affordability periods. Income targeting would be consistent with the types of conversations we have around the Housing Trust Fund in terms of the emphasis on 80% AMI and less. For the multifamily rental proposals, we would also expect those to reflect 20% of the units at the 30% AMI level and below. In terms of development team experience, obviously a key criterion in the evaluation of the responses. And in addition to the developer track record, one particular area of emphasis is the proven and kind of demonstrated results the developer has in terms of garnering support for projects based on an inclusive approach to public feedback and comment. The evaluation team, cross-functional folks that were involved in reviewing the RFP responses, including housing, neighborhood services, and general services, real estate folks as well. Next slide, please. So across the 6 sites, we received 14 proposals. As I mentioned before, no proposals were received for Archdale. Archdale has real access-related challenges. It's essentially landlocked. You've got Little Sugar Creek on one side, and you've got a private residential development on another side, and I think there might be a utility substation somewhere in there as well. At Wendover Road, as I mentioned, we received a couple proposals, and we're still evaluating those. As we start to move into some of the specifics on the 4 properties where we do have preliminary recommendations tonight, all of them you'll see reference to households at 80% or below in AMI. And when you look across all of them, you'll see a heavy dosage at the 60% AMI and below. Next slide, please. Okay, so with this slide, if I was good enough at PowerPoint, I would have found a way to have some flashing lights here because there are very specific numbers on this page. But I can't underscore more strongly that we're sharing information with you fairly early in the process, earlier than we might typically, but we're doing that for a reason because we don't do these sorts of things every year. We know there's a particular interest in how we're thinking about leveraging city-owned land for affordable housing. So we want to bring you into the conversation earlier rather than later to get feedback and hear your questions. But the flip side of that is we're sharing information that will likely change as the developers mature their site plans, as we have conversations with the developers, negotiations around land conveyance. It will continue to be fluid. But this is what you're seeing on this particular slide is based on what we received from the developers, what we reviewed as part of our evaluation, and really what we want to do is highlight what it was about each of the recommended developer proposals that we found to be most attractive. So at some point, if we come back and collectively look at this, months or years down the road, I'm sure we'll find that numbers have changed on this slide. And very quickly from left to right, so these are the 4 properties where we have recommendations. You can see it's a good mix of districts. These are the recommended developers or names that will look familiar to you. These are very experienced and seasoned developers that we have a track record of working with successfully through the Housing Trust Fund, for example. In terms of development type, mainly multifamily rental, which is what we would have expected, but we do have a little dosage of for sale opportunity on Newland Road. In terms of the housing units, you can see, of course, the 80% AMI and below, and each of the specific recommendations will get a little more granular in that regard. Affordability meets the minimum requirements that we established, of course, so 15 years for home ownership and at least 20 years for the multifamily rental. And then on potential public funds, just consider this to be a bit of a placeholder. In the RFP responses, the developers identified the potential pursuit of Housing Trust Fund, for example, LIHTC funding, and home funds, which would be something that would be more aligned with a home ownership for sale kind of a scenario, like Habitat for Humanity. One of the things, as I leave this slide and as we get into the specifics, and this is something I've had to remind myself of as well, everything we're thinking about here fits into an equation where we're considering Housing Trust Fund dollars, or we're considering home funds that we have at our disposal. We're considering leveraging city-owned land to help bring more affordable units online in the city of Charlotte. So these are things that we're doing, that we're providing things of value. And in exchange for that, we expect to receive value. So that's a very important part of the equation here. And for us, in the context of the affordable housing, to us, we're interested in how many units, what's the AMI mix, where are the units located? You know, are we finding opportunities to have units in medium and high opportunity areas? What's the affordability period look like? How attractive is the affordability period? And then finally, you know, all else equal, the leveraging of city-owned land for affordable housing could take a little pressure off the Housing Trust Fund. But I say all else equal because there are a lot of market dynamics happening, of course, right now, rising construction costs that developers are faced with. So I just mention all that just to reinforce that while I'm not in a position tonight to define exactly what the value proposition is for each one of these, those are the types of things that we have in mind as we're going through the conveyance negotiations, and then as some of these will ultimately come back our way with the request for Housing Trust Fund dollars. Next slide, please. So just a quick snapshot on each of the 4 properties. First, this is Newland Road, as I mentioned, which is not that far from where we are tonight in Uptown. And it's really right at the entrance to the Lincoln Heights neighborhood. You can see there's some heavy vegetation on it at this point. It's 1.34 acres. Next slide, please. And we received a strong proposal from Habitat for Humanity for this particular site for 12 townhomes. So what you're looking at here is a rendering of what would be one of 3 buildings that they've contemplated in the design. So you can see there are 4 units here. And the AMI level, AMI breakout 30% to 80% AMI, which is what we would expect for a homeownership type of proposal. And we think this particular design would be a good fit within the community. Habitat also has a lot of experience with these types of projects, and it just so happens they've done 44 homeownership projects in Lincoln Heights since 1996, so they're known there. And one of the really interesting features about this proposal is, and I don't know if Habitat has this in place for all their projects, but for this proposal, Habitat would have what they refer to as a pre-purchase education course. So it would be 16 classes for the potential homeowners, and they would go through a series of courses, financial related, around budgeting and savings, the basics of home ownership, around safety and maintenance. And of course, what we like about that is Habitat's view that it's not just about a successful transaction, but it's about a successful relationship, and how do you put these homeowners in a position where they can be successful homeowners for the long term. So we were just really attracted to the proposal for a number of reasons. Next slide, please. Providence Road West. So this is a 2.74 acre site in Ballantyne, and this particular property is adjacent to the CMPD South Station. So when you're looking on screen or on your slide, you can see the structure there, which is the CMPD South Station, and you can see how this property, the 2.74 acres, wraps around it. This site went through a city-initiated rezoning in November of 2021. which has allowed for it to be developed multifamily. Next slide, please. Crossland submitted a very strong proposal for this site, and Crossland, of course, is a very seasoned developer that we have a lot of successful partnership experience with in the past. This is an example, going back to the initial summary slide that I showed, where as we work through the process with the developers and as they mature their site plans and we go through the conveyance negotiation, numbers will shift a bit here and there based on what we see on the ground, so to speak. So with this particular site, there are likely some engineering constraints and or zoning constraints based on the current zoning that would result in a total number of units that's less than 98. So that will play out, but ultimately what we would expect is that we would retain the essential qualities of this that deliver value to the city. So a multifamily, dense residential, new construction, development with, an eye on the AMI mix, et cetera. So more to come on all of these, of course, but I just wanted to draw that out as an example where when you see a specific number on the slide, some of this will likely change as we move forward. Next slide, please. South Boulevard, this is a site that is adjacent to the Arrowwood Station, as is mentioned here. This was donated to the city of Charlotte in calendar year 2020. I believe it's zoned as TOD. And let's go to the next slide. For this location, we received a proposal from NRP, which we thought was very strong, for 120 unit multifamily rental. And NRP has a track record and reputation around TOD type developments. We've had successful partnerships with them in the past. To state the obvious, the location here has a number of attractive qualities in terms of transit access and employment opportunities and retail and services and various amenities. So with TOD, obviously, the best practice is to identify high density, greater density developments in order to fully leverage the proximity to public transit. So there are really a lot of things about this particular proposal that we felt were responsive to a number of different city priorities. Next slide, please. And then the last of the four here is University City Boulevard, which, as I mentioned, is really close to the intersection of 49 and 29. It's a 1.75 acre, at this point, vacant parking lot. It's about a half a mile from the BLE. And this is also a TOD zoning. It was rezoned by the city in 2021. Next slide. With this one, we have, this was a joint proposal from Dreamkey and Conifer. It was a strong proposal for 76 units with new construction, multifamily rental with a great dispersion there across the AMI continuum. And this was one that we felt strongly was a good opportunity for this particular site. So those were the four, as I said, preliminary recommendations. We're still working through the process. Wanted you to have a view of where we're at in the process. And I think we should, while we're still early in the game and we can't put up a mission accomplished banner on any of this yet, I think we were pleased by the quality of the proposals, the number of proposals that were submitted. I think this, last year we weren't sure going into it how it would play out. I think we're in a good place, but a lot more work to do. I did want to, before we leave this overall topic, to just acknowledge that there are a few other properties that are definitively on our radar. Next slide, please. So this is really a combination of two properties that were included in the RFP, which I've mentioned a couple times, Archdale and Wendover, and then three properties that, as discussed in June of last year, for various reasons, were not in this particular RFP, but that are most certainly on our radar. Just quickly on the two that I mentioned earlier, on Archdale Drive, putting Archdale in another RFP identical to this one may not make sense. We didn't get any responses, but we'd like to have a little bit more of an opportunity to put our creative hats on and think, is there a different way to position this property where it could still be leveraged for affordable housing? And then either in parallel to that or soon thereafter, if for some reason we aren't able to identify a good way to think about this differently, then I think it would be entirely appropriate to start evaluating other options for this particular location. On Windover Road, which straddles 2 districts, as I said before, still may be a chance for us to get this into this RFP cycle because we're looking at the proposals that were received. And then finally on the 3 below, so these were discussed and explicitly referenced in June of last year. England Street is, of course, near South Boulevard. This was the other property that was donated to the city of Charlotte. 15 acres, TOD zoned. Of the 15 acres, not all of it has not all of it is necessarily buildable. Last year, we'd referenced that this could potentially be an affordable housing with mixed use RFP, distinct from what we're currently doing, which is pure affordable housing. So this is one where at the staff level, more work to do. We'll accelerate that work, and we'll be back with a more definitive plan. Just wanted to make sure you were aware that it's still out there. Eureka Street, which we've referred to as the Double Oak site, not that far from here. Also need to take a look, 11 acres, it's zoned R22, multifamily, and there could be an opportunity to include this in a mixed-use RFP going forward. And then finally, Statesville Avenue, which is, of course, near CFD headquarters. It's an interesting parcel. It's about 10 acres overall, and at one end you've got CFD headquarters. At the other end, you've got a CMPD warehouse and a Charlotte Fire warehouse. And then the developable piece in the middle, which is less than 10 acres, presents an interesting opportunity for us to evaluate. So that site, it would need to be rezoned, it would need to be subdivided, more work to do there, but it's an attractive asset and something that we'll evaluate highest and best use. Next slide, please. And then in terms of next steps, as I'd mentioned before, what we contemplated, which would be different, admittedly, than the typical routine, would be next week have a vote, which would not be a vote around the final resolutions for land conveyance. It would really just be a vote affirming council's support for us to move forward in the negotiations with these particular developers. It wouldn't lock us in to anything related to specific AMI mix, affordability periods, overall negotiations related to all the things that everybody would care about. But it would provide us with clarity in terms of taking these negotiations and conversations to the next step, which is important for many reasons, one of which is some of these sites we certainly expect will want to submit for the Housing Trust Fund support, which has a due date of February 18th. And then at a point later in time, once the land conveyance negotiations had been concluded, then we would come back with a specific request for approval around the final resolutions, which would have a lot of contingencies built in, because obviously there are a lot of moving parts here. And in all cases, we want to protect and preserve our interests based on how these things play out over time. So the developers would have performance milestones, financing requirements, things that would have to be in place by certain points in time in order for us to be satisfied that our interests are being met. So that was a really quick scan on where we're at. As I said, preliminary, but we feel like we're making good progress.
Okay, I think it's exceptional work. The amount of time that, when the Blackman family donated some of that property, and when I look at, Oaklawn and Double Oaks and places that we've dealt with for a long time, this is really come a long way. And so let's start off with questions, and I see Mr. Winston has a question. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I echo Mayor's sentiments. This is excellent work. I have less a question and more of a comment. This is great. I think what this is really showing is the city kind of stepping in as a developer of sorts. This is something that, many of us on council have asked us to really kind of focus on over the years. And I think some of the potential wins and developments that are shown here today are the reasons why. And so I would ask, us definitely, let's keep moving forward on what was just presented. But Mr. Jones, the only problem with this is that, you can only sell the land once, right? I think we should analyze if this is something that can be repeated, how do we acquire or be on the lookout to acquire land when we have the possibility, to do that, to be kind of forward thinking. I know, when we talk about expanding future transit lines, for instance, a lot of times the question comes of, well, how are we going to ensure that affordable housing gets developed? Well, in the past, we didn't necessarily have a tool like this in the toolbox, where we were conveying our land and had more of a say and being able to demand things long term, where we just waited for the market to come up with the solution by itself. It feels like there's so many other. When we talk about the intergovernmental aspect of this, are there things that we are learning here that we might be able to share with, for instance, our colleagues at the county? If we can learn something and they don't have to learn it the exact same way, are there repeatable kind of land acquisition and land conveyance things that we can really kind of ensure that our priorities are being, met from the 0 to 120 specter of affordable housing. Same thing for the schools. As we're learning with a couple of rezonings, as schools are becoming more like potential developers on their land to see that different priorities are met with pedestrian-centric and denser development. I think this is a potentially a great tool in getting all of those things right. So, bravo for this presentation. Can't wait to execute on some of these things, given the potential changes, as has been said. But I want us to even look, further down the line to see how do we make sure that this is a repeatable thing over time. Thanks.
All right, Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. My first question is, I noticed, if you could go back to the summary slide with the developments, or the proposals rather.
Can you see that one?
Not at all.
A little small. Should we go full screen on the slide?
Yes.
That's possible.
Thank you. So I see that the first one is funded with home funds, and then the others have some component of LIHTC dollars. My question is, we had a previous discussion around LIHTC dollars being available for home ownership. I wanted to know, what was the outcome of that investigation? It had been mentioned in a meeting with a developer once before, but I wanted to know if anybody ever tracked down if there was a provision to use the LIHTC dollars for home ownership, and if it is not yet possible, has that shown up anywhere in terms of our legislative agenda?
I can take that as a homework assignment, and if I say that too many times and we're dissatisfied, I do have Deputy Director Hefner and also Division Manager Miles Vaughn waiting in the wings if we need to pull either of them in to help with some questions.
No, that's fine. You can take it as a homework assignment. My next question then was, I noticed that the Crossland project has affordability in perpetuity. I'm just curious as to why the other ground lease items did not have affordability in the perpetuity.
Good observation. And so I'm told that the in perpetuity is the one that's unusual in a positive way. So, and I was looking through the development proposal over the weekend, and of course that was something that was highlighted, but I don't have great context around how Crossland has arrived at that as something that's feasible relative to what we historically have seen. So that's something I'll take a closer look at as well.
Awesome. Yep, I'd be very interested, because if it's a ground lease, I'm thinking that means we retain ownership of the land, which would make me think that we could dictate what the rates would be going forward. So that may or may not be the case, but I'd be interested to understand that. As it relates to the NRP project on South Boulevard, given that it's within a TOD zone, I'm just curious if there was any discussion regarding a density bonus. It looked like it was only 4 floors.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, that's another one you can take. And then I'm also curious if there has been any engagement with the West Side Community Land Trust. They just completed, I believe, a land swap or a land purchase, excuse me, with Keith McVeighn's group. And I'm just curious if they are at all at the table or engaged in any way that might help preserve affordability in the future on any of these. So that's a highlight there. Also, I just want to understand a little bit more. If the city, I'm assuming that the city land is offsetting some costs, given that they don't have to acquire the purchase. So I'm wondering how that impacts the rest of the capital stack. So that may be something that we'll find out later on as the details are laid out, but I'd be interested because I would think that that should obviously create some savings for the developer. So I would think that would come out the other side in terms of total cost. And then I'd like to understand, or maybe this is something that as the proposals are being flushed out, I'd be interested to see how infrastructure planning is incorporated with these. Some of them are in TOD areas and some it sounded like might require rezoning. So I'm sure those discussions can come up, but given the location of some of these, I'm curious as to how we're thinking about parking, infrastructure investment, multimodal transportation, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And then finally, we talked about this once before. I learned that we do have MWSBE targets for housing trust fund type projects, anything that's got a city investment. I was just hoping that we could get an update on the actuals of MWSBE participation on these projects.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Driggs, followed by Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Sean, I appreciate that you gave me a heads up about these 98 units on Providence Road. I'm wondering, how did it happen that they submitted a proposal for 98 units on less than 3 acres? It works out at about 36 per acre. I wonder how that happened in the first place. I think that's kind of alarming. And what worries me, particularly because right now CMS is trying to inflict a grossly excessive rezoning on us, this intra or intergovernmental stuff starts to blow away whatever safeguards we had or policies we had on density. And I went along with the 22, and I think everybody did. The neighbors did. We were sort of fine with it. I told everybody this is going to be affordable housing, great. And then this pops up, and it says 36. And so I take your point that these numbers aren't final, but it doesn't give me confidence that the 22 is not going to go up. And I just hope you'll consider that we've got traffic, crowded schools, all of that stuff. And so I don't think we can go completely crazy and inflict on the area densities in the pursuit of housing that create all kinds of problems. And there's nothing like that kind of density anywhere near there. The area that you're talking about is just not like that. There's no public transportation to speak of nearby. So I don't know whether you think, do you have any confidence that the actual density is going to be 22, or do you think we're going to have another conversation about that?
So I have not had direct conversations with Crossland, but in conversations the team has had, there's a I think this was really designed from the vantage point of, for this particular location, what is the greatest density that could be achieved? But with a recognition that goes beyond the existing zoning for that location, which would allow for up to 22 units per acre, as you're aware. So 22 units per acre for 2.74 acres would be something along the lines of 60 total units. So I'm sensitive to your concern, point well taken, and that's the sort of thing that we'll continue to work with Crossland. This site was just rezoned in November, so I'm sensitive to everything that you just mentioned.
So Sean, the site was rezoned in November with an eye towards an affordable housing development there.
Correct.
So 22 is the number that we agreed on then. And my question to you is, how likely do you think it is that that's going to be tested in our conversation with Crossland, based on what you know?
My sense is that Crossland can accommodate a smaller development than 98 units, and we still have a value proposition that's very consistent with what we had contemplated as recently as November, and they would find a value proposition that they could accommodate as well. So I'm not trying to be evasive in my answer, but I think, we understand how recently the rezoning was done and the expectations that were set with the community when we embarked upon that process, which was only a few months ago.
Right. I wish that had been communicated to Crosland when they developed their proposal so that they didn't arrive here thinking in terms of a density of 36. We'll see how this goes forward, but I'm worried that we just did the 22 and the proposal we got is 36. And I wonder what the breakdown there was. And again, please bear in mind, this is not an area that bears that kind of density comfortably. I'm all in favor of the affordable units at Ballantyne and at the diocese site. We've got a number of projects in the works. We're trying to establish a policy of kind of the principle that affordable housing can happen down here in Ballantyne, and that neighbors will welcome that. But if you connect it to an absolute abuse of density, you're going to have an ugly situation. I'm going to have an ugly situation. And I don't think that is something, that is the way to kind of achieve goals on affordable housing, is to just throw our land use terms of reference out the window. 22 is already very high at that location. So again, we can talk further, but I just hope we don't need to even consider anything higher than 22 there. Thanks, Sean.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. This kind of piggybacks off what Councilmember Watlington was asking. So for a tax credit project, there's a formula where certain units have to be at 30%, certain units have to be at 50%, 60%, 80%, And I'm wondering if these projects fit that formula. Like, I don't know what the numbers are. Like, it's, for example, the one at University City Boulevard. There are 20 units at 30%, 22 units at 31 to 50, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to know what the formula is for a standard tax credit project. Because if these are city land conveyances, I think that the percentages should be greater or different because the developer is saving money. So if normal, and so I don't know. I don't know what the normal percentage is. There's 20 out of 76 units at 30% at the university. And I don't know if that's the standard percentage. I'd like follow-up on that.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
if we're giving them a break, then I would hope that there could be more units at 30%. That's our greatest deficit in the city. So I think that this is a way that the city could leverage our land to get more of what we need for our most vulnerable. So, yeah, my question is, what's the formula?
Right.
For tax credit, and how does this fit into that?
Okay. Understood.
Thank you.
And then followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Given our inventory of city-owned land, are these 6 the only parcels that are suitable for affordable housing?
When the analysis, I'm sorry, I didn't, were you done, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, that's my question.
When the analysis was done last year, the review that went through, I think it started with 13, and then the 13 was ultimately whittled down to 6. And the way the process is supposed to work is we refresh this on a periodic basis. So we'll take another swing at this in the not too distant future because the circumstances change. So we'll continue to evaluate whether there are any additional properties that should enter into this equation going forward. But at a point in time, not that long ago, in the middle of calendar year 2021, these were the 6 that emerged, along with the other 3 that I made reference to in terms of England, Eureka, and Statesville Avenue.
So I don't know how many parcels of city-owned land that we have in our inventory, but are we saying then that those other parcels may not be suitable for affordable housing, but are maybe for other purposes, that they could be like, I don't know, pocket park or something, open space or whatever?
Right. Yeah, part of the analysis is to evaluate, are there particular zoning or topo constraints that would make a site not suitable under any circumstances for affordable housing, but possibly a good use for fill in the blank.
Thank you.
Okay. I think those are all the speakers. Do I have, oh, yes, Ms. Ajmir follows Mr. Phipps.
Yes, I have questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also would like to echo Mayor's comments earlier. This is exceptional, Sean. Appreciate the work that you're doing, and just appreciate constant communication and keeping council posted and providing us the details. I certainly appreciate that. So when we have seen affordable housing proposals in the past, we have seen concentration of affordable housing in one or a couple of parts of our cities. What I like about this, that we do have some affordable housing in an area where we have not seen in the past, in high opportunity areas. So I certainly appreciate that. And I would like to see more of that, where we have affordable housing distributed throughout the city, specifically in an area where there is an access to great schools, great employment centers, because that builds social equity. And other thing, I noticed here that we also had for sale units, which is very important as we address the issue of generational wealth, upward mobility. So that's great. So I really like the mix that we are seeing here and the kind of quality proposals that we are getting. For the one that is not included in the current RFP, 1 England Street in District 3, are any of these, would this require rezoning? And if yes, would staff be working through that before we partner with the developer on any one of this?
So it's my understanding that England Street is already zoned at TOD CC. So there already is something in place there that would accommodate some interesting development proposals.
So none of this requires rezoning, is that correct?
Statesville Avenue, I mentioned, could be a scenario that would require rezoning. But Eureka Street is currently zoned at R22 multifamily, and England is at TOD.
Got it. So this would be something, if it requires rezoning, would city be doing in charge of the petition, or would that be something for a developer to take care of? Because I know that adds time, and I know we have often talked about expediting some of these rezoning petitions when they're in affordable housing, to incentivize developers to have more affordable housing. And I don't know where we are today with that, but I'd be interested in getting an update on that.
Okay, understood.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think that is the end of the presentation on the.
Mayor, it's Ed. I have my hand back up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't get on the screen. Mr. Driggs.
Yeah, thank you. So, Sean, further to Ms. Johnson's question, is the land being contributed as if it were a trust fund donation, i.e. do we value the land and do we compute the capital stack and so on based on the market value of the land, or how is the deal structured?
So, good question. We're not at the point yet where we've, put in place agreements that have been drafted around the structuring. But, the whole idea here, of course, is leveraging the city land for affordable housing. So, you would expect that there would be a nominal fee associated with the ground lease and a nominal cost associated with the fee simple for the townhomes, drive something of value associated with affordable housing. And where the connection point is, to me, Mr. Driggs, is in the Housing Trust Fund request, for example. To what extent does the use of city-owned land in these scenarios allow for what otherwise would have been a higher request for HTF funds?
So I just, as the budget chair, I would say that we need to have some transparency about our accounting for these transactions, and therefore if we're effectively selling an asset, or at least we're monetizing the asset as part of our affordable housing initiative, and we need to reflect on our accounts what it's worth. And I think in our negotiations with the investors, we need to be sure that we get full credit towards Housing Trust Fund for the value of the land that we're contributing. I mean, it just comes down, I guess, to negotiating as aggressively as you can on these terms, on the affordability levels and things like that. But I think we need to be clear-eyed about what this land is actually worth that we're contributing to these projects, so that the outcome is fair for us and that we get full value.
Yes. Yep,
I
understood.
think that works, Mr. Driggs, except for those that were designated or given to us that requires us to use them for low-income housing. So they're not
Agreed,
all the
Mayor,
same.
but I still think that in our negotiations with our partners,
Oh, I agree with that. I was just saying, some of them, we have a requirement as the gift.
yeah, fair enough. I just think the valuation, when we negotiate with those guys, needs to be at market so that we have a fully transparent structure. But I understand that we got some of those a gift.
Okay. All right, I think that's our last question there. So now we'll go to our last presentation. Sean, I think you're still up for the COVID federal stimulus update.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and jump to slide 2 if we can. So this is a continuation of a discussion we started on January 24th, and consistent with the way that discussion was framed, there are 3 investment categories that are ready for council conversation on recommendations that are ripe for discussion. The $14 million referenced here for small business, workforce development, and hospitality sector is unchanged from January 24th. $3.5 million in support of local nonprofit organizations. We didn't have the opportunity to start discussing that one on January 24th, so I'll get into more details in terms of what that is. And we nibbled a little bit, no pun intended, on the $1.5 million related to addressing food insecurity on the west side of Charlotte. So I'll have a little bit more to say about that this evening. Next slide, please. On the color-coded slide here that we've been using since December 6th, I will just draw your attention to 2 specific things and then move on. First is public safety, which is in the community vitality category, $5 million. This is in design phase, and based on the conversation earlier and the update provided by Councilmember Eggleston, we will now work to move that into the ready for council discussion mode so we can continue working that through the process. And the second and last item I'll mention on the slide relates to food insecurity, which is the last line. I want to make sure I'm very clear on what's changed on this one, because there has been a change. So the Hoskins Road project was and continues to be a $1.5 million opportunity that we will discuss tonight. Nothing about that has changed. But what we've done here is, in addition to that $1.5 million, which is a recommendation right for discussion, we've also put in $1.5 million as a placeholder for Three Sisters. And that's why the color coding here shows a little bit of green, a little bit of blue. So the Hoskins Road would be green. We're going to talk about it tonight. I'm going to explain how staff sees the value proposition associated with that one. For Three Sisters, it's not a recommendation tonight. It's not a commitment. It's not a pledge, but it's an acknowledgement that we have more work to do, just as we did with the Umbrella Center, for a period of time, to really do our due diligence and do the vetting, and then ultimately come back to council once we've gone through that exercise to have a specific conversation related to Three Sisters. So I wanted to call that out, since that is a change from January 24th. Next slide, please. For the 3 categories related to business, workforce, and hospitality, every word on the slide is the same as January 24th, and that's for a reason, because we talked about these. There were some questions, so we didn't want to move anything around here. I will, in a lightning round here, just very quickly remind us where we left off on these, but I'll move into the new content as fast as I can. For small business investments, the recommendation is $5 million in ARPA funding split between two categories. One, small business partner support, which would be our ecosystem partners. Just to give you an example of what we did under the CARES Act with this particular program, we were supporting partners like the Latin American Chamber, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Black Chamber of Commerce. We supported about a dozen of those ecosystem partners who in turn have a membership that adds up to roughly 15,000 small businesses. The second one on here is the Small Business Innovation Grant Program. That's the one the Charlotte Center City Partners and Honeywell started up, and then we got involved in that along the way during the CARES Act. This contemplates that we stand that back up again. Once again, the idea here is consistent with feedback we've heard before, to continue to pivot away from the pure survive mode relief into more of a thrive, and what are the things that we can do to help businesses with competitiveness, et cetera. Next slide, please. On workforce investments, no changes here. Overall $5 million recommendation. $3 million focused specifically on training and job placement in corridors as activation and implementation of some of the recommendations coming out of the EY employment study that was done in corridors. Then moving into some of the skills development and training related opportunities, $2 million in total. $500,000 related to an extension of the Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Training Program. You may recall under the CARES Act that we focused on HVAC training. Here the idea would be to explore a second occupational focus area, but still with an emphasis on quote unquote green employment, broadly speaking. And then finally, $1.5 million related to capacity building grants for workforce educational training partners here in Charlotte. This was a successful program that we had during the CARES Act. All of that funding, of course, was depleted. Now the recommendation is an additional $1.5 million of ARPA funding. The one thing I would mention on that, because we did have a little bit of a conversation about it on January 24th, is skilled trades, hospitality sector, reentry kind of training programs. Those were mentioned explicitly before. And to the extent they're local training partners that can bring those things to the table, it's the sort of thing that we would review in an application process and identify the programs that look to have the most potential to have great impact. Next slide, please. Hospitality sector investments, same as what was shared on January 24th. Here the idea would be leverage the relationship and the skill set and the programming of the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, everything they do to enhance visitor trips to the city of Charlotte, and the beneficial impact that can have on the hotel industry, restaurants, et cetera. So this is the first slide that would be considered new content for tonight, so I'll slow down just a tad here. And generically speaking, we've talked about the idea of nonprofit support as a good use of ARPA funds, but this is the first time that there are any specifics wrapped around that. And I think what I'll do is I'll start with the graphic on the right and just kind of work my way down. So the idea here would be $3.5 million of ARPA funds, whereby we rely on a very short list of administrative partners to actually do the grant making. So while we're not in a position where we've made any selections or made any promises, I'll give you two examples of organizations that we think would likely step forward through an RFQ process to advance as an administrative partner for this program. One would be the United Way, and one would be the Hispanic Federation. So just using those two as examples of an administrative partner, we would then spread the $3.5 million across the administrative partners. They would then stand up grant-making programs. And what this recommendation contemplates is that the grant making would have three distinct investment priority areas. And this is consistent with what we did in the CARES Act. So things that are consistent with your priorities. Housing and neighborhoods would be one swim lane. Equity and inclusion would be another swim lane. And environment would be a third swim lane. One reason that we haven't contemplated including public safety as a swim lane is because we have the separate Safe Charlotte grant-making program in place at this time. So those could be the three particular swim lanes. And Whereas in previous conversations, I talked a lot about grassroots. The way this recommendation is structured is it assumes that the 3.5 million would be spread across large kind of traditional nonprofits, medium-sized, and what I would refer to as small grassroots. So 2.5 million set aside for the medium and large players, and 1 million earmarked for grassroots nonprofits, which would be, we'd need to define that in an objective way. So here we're assuming that these would be organizations that have an annual budget of $250,000 or less. As I've shared before, our view is that there are grassroots nonprofits doing really meaningful work in the community at a very localized level. Oftentimes, because they are small or very small, they have a hard time breaking into the grant process and demonstrating that they're worthy of funding. So what we'd like to do from an equity perspective, to break through that a little bit, is just earmark $1 million for that sector. And one of the reasons we want to rely on administrative partners is because we think these administrative partners have a good sense for the landscape. They would be in a good position to receive applications and evaluate which of those grassroots partners have the best opportunity to do something meaningful with the funding. Thank you. And the last recommendation area here relates to food insecurity. And local foods production and distribution center is a mouthful, no pun intended there. But just to break it down, what is this? So this is really focused on well, it's focused on a number of things. So let me just give you a sense for the project, the vision of the project, and what it could potentially look like. So it's being spearheaded by the Carolina Farm Trust, which is a Charlotte-based nonprofit. And the real emphasis here is on leveraging an existing building on South Hoskins Road, which, oh, by the way, was a food production and distribution facility many years ago. So it's very well suited for this sort of purpose. But to renovate the building, and in the rendering, you can see that there are a number of compartments in the building. The upper corner there in the large building that looks like a purple square would be the retail operation. So the whole emphasis here would be on creating year-round access to fresh food, meat and vegetables. And this would really kind of take a sliver of the whole ecosystem, because local farmers would be relied upon to source the meat and vegetables. There would be some on-site production of produce, so you can see something in the rendering here on the bottom right-hand side that looks like a football field. And then the team is working on a revenue model where there would be the retail customer, wholesale customers locally, and then also some value-added products like prepackaged meals, for example. So the overall project budget to pull this off is estimated to be $14 million in startup costs and the first 3 years of operations. I mentioned it's on South Hoskins Roads, which is in the Thomasboro Hoskins neighborhood. And even though the real emphasis tonight for me in the report out is on the retail component of the facility, it is a rather large facility, 25,000 square feet, and it includes packaging and processing rooms, industrial scale coolers, which are these enormous refrigerated rooms, a test kitchen. So it's really intended retail store operation, which would be about 2,500 square feet. And you wouldn't be surrounded by packaged foods, but you'd be surrounded by fresh meat and vegetables. Next slide, please. Just quickly bouncing around here, this is an intent to lay out the value proposition, so to speak. So first, in terms of why this project and what the attributes were that we were most attracted to, with the table on the left here, I've mentioned year-round access to fresh, nutritious food, economic opportunity for local residents with the real emphasis on hiring locally. The estimate is that upon standing this facility up, it would have about 18 full-time employees at the outset, and then growing into full operations. At that point, they'd have about 70 employees on site. Support for regional farmers. I mentioned that there are already relationships in place to source here regionally and the environmental impact, beneficial impact associated with locally sourced foods. And the emphasis on equity, this is probably something that should go near the top along with the access to the food itself. Affordability is essential, right? This can't just be, wow, this is a beautiful facility and it's too bad people that live around it can't shop here. This has to serve the community. And Zach Wyatt and the Carolina Farm Trust team are laser focused on the affordability piece of the equation. In terms of why this particular location and why this neighborhood, I thought it'd be useful to draw out some census data. In terms of the local community profile, you can see medium household income in this area, much lower than the county average. Food and nutrition services benefits or support is much higher in this area than the countywide average. And then in terms of a food desert, quote unquote, you can see 1% of residents within a half mile have access to full service grocery in this location compared to a countywide average of 30. In terms of why now, so, why this project, why this location, why now? There's a lot of traction. So got the land, got the building, architect and construction and contractors are all staged. Yesterday, they hired a general manager, a local gentleman, went to Harding High, Johnson C. Smith University, grew up in the west side of Charlotte, has real connections to that particular area. And then finally, traction on funding support. A couple weeks ago, Mecklenburg County was exploring this opportunity as they were evaluating potential uses of ARPA funds, and Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved a $3 million recommendation of ARPA support for the local food production and distribution center here. So the staff recommendation on this one is $1.5 million. It would be devoted to the operations of the facility once it stood up, kind of like the way that Councilmember Eggleston was referring to the idea around the Umbrella Center in terms of the last money in, once the project is clearly in a position where they have the funding to pull everything off. So that was a whirlwind tour of that opportunity. And then finally, the last slide is just a reminder on next steps. What we've agreed to is the cadence here is recommendations are presented for feedback and questions, and then based on how the conversations go, then something to be put on a future business agenda for a formal vote. We do have some available funding still on the color-coded chart that we haven't brought forward in terms of specific recommendations, so the staff is working on all of those. And then we're not that far away from having phase 2 ARPA funding of approximately $71 million, which we will receive in the May timeframe. So be happy to take any questions you have.
Yes, you have questions. Ms. Watlington, followed by Mr. Graham.
So firstly, I'm excited to see the food insecurity investment, and I'll be very interested to see how specifically the Three Sisters Market work rolls out. So I'm definitely, and we've spoken, want to be in close contact with you on that piece, and would welcome, not to speak for Three Sisters Market, but will welcome any benchmarking opportunities that there may be with the Carolina Farm Trust to understand some of their structure and that kind of thing. If there's any way to scale via the Three Sisters Market, learning some of the things that they were able to do to get where they are right now, and vice versa, I think that would be great. So I look forward to that. I'm curious, in regards to the grassroots organization support, is it possible to do some kind of set aside or even organizational support? It doesn't even have to necessarily be cash for data collection or for outcomes and metrics set up, so that would put them in better position to be able to compete for future funds? Does that make sense?
It does, and it's something that we've talked a little bit before about, possibly even a recommendation to stand up a capacity building program for small grassroots nonprofits. So I know that's separate from what you're asking about.
No, that's in line with what I'm asking.
Okay, okay. So that idea hasn't gone away. It's just something that we need to spend a little more time vetting.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sean, first let me say that on your last report, I didn't have any questions. I thought it was an outstanding report, and it's good to see that we're moving forward without skipping a beat. And so great work there for your team in the housing department, and I look forward to to the applications in April and more information in reference to how we move forward with the city on land. But this is exactly what we said we wanted to do almost a year ago, and so I'm glad that we're doing it. And I'm also excited about the federal stimulus update report you just gave. It is unfortunate that we're receiving these federal dollars because of COVID-19, but certainly we are doing our best to help people where they are by utilizing these funds, and I think in the most appropriate way. And it's good that staff has come back and really kind of outline for the record what we're doing, why we're doing it, who we want to do it with, how these funds are going to be spent, things that we talked about before, and with some hurdles along the way. But now that we're really kind of outlining it, I think it makes sense. I'm really excited about what's about to happen in Hoskins after council approves it with the food desert and the project that these guys are working on. I had the opportunity to visit with them, I guess about 2 weeks ago, and toured the facility, kind of kicked the tires, kind of talk about their relationship with Mecklenburg County and how that went. And I think it's an appropriate investment from my perspective at the right time for that particular community. A lot of work needs to happen in Hoskins. And certainly if we could help them pull this across the finish line, council, it's a big deal for that community. One, we're addressing the issue of a food desert that's there that they can really kind of help us with. But more importantly, anytime a community can see an investment that's being made in their community, that they can feel it, they can see it, they can touch it, they can shop it, it really brings the spirit of the whole community up. And that's a community that's always been aside, right? It's been there, but really hadn't got the type of attention and the support that it deserves. And certainly, I think this can be the start of something really good, not only addressing the food desert over there, but also addressing a number of other issues that they've been working hard to resolve. And I just think that the presentation on both fronts, the housing and this, is just very good work. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I got a chance to go to the Hoskins site too, and it's a very exciting project. Just a quick question about it. Do you know if that site lies within one of our opportunity zones? If you don't have it right now, I can take that offline.
Do you mean, Mr. Winston, do you mean
In
the
a corridor?
federal definition or the corridors?
Not a federal definition.
The federal definition.
I don't know.
We'll have to check that, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to get an answer to that offline. Thanks. That's the only question I have.
Okay. Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, I had an opportunity also to visit on site the project, and in talking to the I guess the proprietors of it, I'm sort of excited because to me I think that this site has the potential not just to serve the Thomasboro Hoskins neighborhood, but it has the potential to branch out to other areas of the city to help with the impact of food deserts that might arise. So I look at it as it could be a launch pad or a springboard to other areas in terms of delivery and production of wholesome foods stuffs to other areas of the city that might be impacted through pop-up storefronts or pop-up properties that might be able to host these kinds of areas to receive those kinds of fresh vegetables and food. So I think it's worthwhile. So now, one question I had was our $1.5 million. Is that specifically for the retail piece?
So right now it's been contemplated as supporting operations of the overall facility.
Okay.
We could put a finer point on that for the RCA, just so it's very clear.
Okay. So it's operational, including retail and total operations of the facility?
Yes.
So as I understand it, it was a former egg distribution
Right,
facility.
exactly,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I agree with Mr. Phipps here that this project specifically will serve as launchpad, and it's also a support system for urban farmers. Over past couple of years, I had an opportunity to meet with many urban farmers, and the concern that often they will bring up is the distribution. When there are 2 acres, 1.5 acre land, they don't have that distribution capacity. So this is addressing, yes, food desert issue, but it also addresses the bigger issue of supporting our urban farmers. I mean, over past year with the logistics issue and others, we do need to think about our food processing and environmental impact, climate change. And so this project addresses, it checks off multiple boxes, right? Climate change, where we grow locally and distribute locally. So I'm very excited about this project and the potential it has to address some of our food processing and support for urban farmers. And the Carolina Farm Trust has done a similar partnership with Aldersgate, and I had an opportunity to visit that a couple of years ago. And I have continued to see, when I had met with Zach a couple of years ago, I remember he had mentioned about this vision that he had for a distribution facility and how that could support some organic and food farmers right here. So it's great to see that a couple of years down the road that he had not given up on that vision, and he figured out a way to work with the county collaboratively. And now here we see something that is at a much larger scale to support this entire system. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have any further questions. We have really had a very efficient and informative and engaging session today, and I hope that this is something that if you have some comments and suggestions how to make it better, please just email, as I said, text me. And we have a motion to adjourn, and it's unanimous. Thank you very much.